And yesterday it seemed to, hey, there's a free fly in here. And yesterday it seemed to jump right in. So I'm sure we are live. YouTube will update in a moment. There it comes. No elevator music today. I'm sorry. It's StreamYards. So welcome back. Dave and I spent a little over 7 hours working on the Voron Switchwire yesterday, and we got a lot of stuff done. The printers are looking really good. We've had a few little issues here and there, but nothing crazy. And mostly it's probably just preference on our part. But it's looking good. I really like this design. I'm anxious to get printing on it, see how it does, and I hope, all things considered, going well today, we are going to finish here in a couple of hours. So we should be good. So, Dave, how you doing after our marathon yesterday?
Doing good, doing good. Now, I'd say the same thing. We're doing pretty good on this. And then honestly, all the problems we've run into so far, I blame on our arrogance and our cockiness. Because, we both have built way too many printers in our lives. And we sit there and go, no, this is how it's supposed to be. That I think that is where our problems came from, was the, our position of being, knowing too much already.
Yeah. I've been accused of being just a little bit too judgy about mechanisms before. I'll admit that.
So, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start off today just by giving everyone a tip. I'm going to do that.
Excellent. We like tips.
It's a little something that a lot of people never realize, and I think that it will change people's lives.
Excellent.
All right. And it's stupid, and I bet you probably already know it. So,
well, let me take a full screen here so we can get a good view. There we go.
Power outlets. You all see those on back of your equipment and stuff like that. And if you didn't know and you're smart enough, you know that there's already a fuse there. A lot of people tend to forget that, but there's a fuse there. And here's the thing, though. If you pop it up, you see that there's the fuse in there. And I'm going to assume everyone understands that there's a fuse there. But what most people forget is that in the handle, and this is my secret tip, there's almost always an extra fuse. So if you blow one, don't immediately start ordering a replacement fuse. Check to see if there's one already in there waiting for you to use. You just pull it out, pop it into the fuse slot, and then you're off and running. That is my life basics fuse or discussion for the day.
Nice. Not a bad tip.
Not a bad tip. People forget that.
Yeah. I think I've only had to replace one of those once in my whole life.
I got laser cutters that those things keep popping on.
Really?
So, and every single time I blow a fuse, I immediately pop in a replacement just in case somebody else has to do it when I'm not around.
Well, that's always a good. That's very nice of you.
Well, it's not nice. It's just I know my workers, and if I have to sit there and go find the fuses, there might be in the drawer in the back somewhere. There goes 4 hours of labor for the day. Where instead I just go, there's a fuse in there already. I took care of
it. Good morning, everybody in chat. Derek comes back with $25. Let's push this build to the finish line. We're gonna do our best. Thank you very much for the support.
All right, I'm going to jump back into it because I got a little bit of catching up to do on you, and I think you're backtracking right now, right?
I am going to backtrack here because the in-stop wire that I put in yesterday, it has a hole in the side of the housing where it should have been routed through, and I'm going to go back and make sure it's in there before we get going on wiring, just to make life as easy as possible.
So yeah, you're backtracking just slightly. And I am catching up. So yesterday you finished the key retractor.
Yes.
And I didn't.
Well, I can offer anybody a pro tip. One, watch your eye when you're putting that key retractor on, and two, retract it to the top of the key retractor housing before you put it on, because it won't let you disengage it while it's in that mount.
And now you know.
Now you know. Yeah, everybody's coming in. Just wedge a pity in there. That's always a good tip. Thanks, Joel. I saw.
Yeah, there's a chart out there that shows you, like, what common household item is rated for how many amps that you
Oh,
can.
really?
It's a funny chart, but it's also just kind of scary that
That's
somebody
frightening.
just used that.
That's frightening. Now I'm interested though. I would like to know what's rated for what.
So they had, like, the metal cheese block was rated for like 20 amps, and then they go all the way up to like 500 amps, which is like a 10 millimeter socket.
10mm socket. Nice. That's great.
And you sit there and go, ouch.
Yeah, my stepmom's dad was they're from a small town up north, and he was kind of a do-all, but kind of a, I don't know, he did a little bit of everything, but he also did like farm style he was kind of a farm style electrician. And that old guy was bulletproof. I mean, he was just he was just hard as a coffin nail. Nothing really seemed to get to him. And I saw him one day, and he was ancient. I mean, he was probably in his like at least upper 80s. But they were working on something, and I just happened to be there, and he checked a round fuse just by sticking one finger on the frame and one in the socket.
Wow, he took the voltage across his heart just to check for electricity.
Yeah, and it didn't seem to bother him. He's like, "Yep, that's hot." I'm like, "Oh my! How many times have you done that in your life?"
Well, see, the thing, taking electricity like that is not cumulative. It's not like a carcinogen that, if you take 100 volts every day for your entire life, you'll eventually get a heart attack type of thing.
Right.
It's more of a there will be one time.
One time it gets you just right.
Yeah. One time when the humidity in the air and the sugar on your finger from that donut you ate,
right,
just so happened to make the perfect resistance level.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty unpredictable, but it's one of those things too. It's like, was electricity just kind of a farce at one time? This new stuff, no big deal. I don't know. Those guys handled it a little differently.
Don't forget it started out as they try to make everyone afraid of electricity.
Right.
To start with.
AC/DC war, right?
Well, there was an AC/DC war, but there was just also the general. The public thought that electricity was magic, and it was like 5G and was killing you secretly in the background.
Right.
And then what happened is that as everyone started getting in their farms and stuff, there weren't a lot of electricians out there.
Right.
If you think about it. So, I mean, everyone's installing this stuff by themselves and didn't know better. And are you familiar with the idea of knob and wire?
Oh, yes, I am.
That right there should tell you everything you need to know.
Yep.
About how they dealt with electricity.
Yeah, it's I've seen a lot of the old school installs before, and I always think, it's like, man, it's just miraculous no one died.
That's where you're sitting there going, how are you not dead?
Yeah, that's always my thought. It's like, how did that even work? But, well, I mean, like within the last 50 years, grounded outlets became a thing. I mean, that scares me too.
I like to call it, I consider that extreme safety, but that's just because I will lick a power panel just to see if it's live. But I think that's a big part of it is they're still learning a little bit about it, but back then they had to learn a lot real fast, and it was very abnormally weird.
Right.
All right,
Hey,
so
that's a good point. Joel Driver mentions that. Yeah, that's 2 fingers on one hand. So hopefully he's only getting it, across that arc. But you never know.
if it was 2 fingers on one hand, yes, I've even done that, and it's not great, but
Yeah.
But if he's like putting, if he puts his other hand and holds on to the door of the electrical panel.
Yeah. Be careful what else you're touching or standing on.
That's right. That's where the real problem starts to come in.
I remember being very young and playing in old house, playing guitar in old houses, and you probably never thought to, put a ground plug on your amp or anything like that. Just really old school stuff. The guitar would just continuously shock you, or if you touch the microphone after the fact, then you'd really get shocked. That was always fun.
Good times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was lucky. I grew up in the countryside, but at least my parents' house was a relatively new construction.
Yeah.
So I got a little lucky there. So I never did not have a grounded outlet growing up, thankfully. Now, I will admit it here, a little bit of the equipment here, I'm sitting there going, I still get shocked on it, the extrusion line especially, because it's three-phase equipment that I had to convert over in a lot of cases to single phase.
Yeah.
And when you do that, a lot of times the ground gets lifted in the process, but based on their old previous wiring. So I have to kind of go back in. But there are still places that are a what I would call an oopsie daisy. So, and I keep getting shocked by it, and I keep going, okay, where the heck is this going on? I need to find where that's floating, because it's not just 110.
Right.
Most of the stuff on the extrusion line is either 220 or 480, and 3 separate legs.
Andrew, thank you very much for the 10. You haven't missed anything yet. We're backtracking a little bit. I'm backtracking. Dave's doing
Catching up.
chain thing, and we're not full send yet, but soon. Gotcha.
All right. Now let's see. I want to move that over a little bit. Now, I will tell you this. I think you missed a step yesterday on the little key retractor.
Mm-hmm.
There is a LDO part that you put over the bearings. They go at the top of the rail.
Oh, yeah. I remember printing that and thinking, I wonder where that goes.
And that is pretty much just a pulley, but it's to keep the cord from hopping off of the. It's to keep the pulley from hopping off the, or to keep the cord from hopping off the pulley.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't put that on, so I'll throw that on as well.
And then my real curse is I'm starting to think that the Y drag chain mount does not go on the side.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I was looking at that too. I thought it went on the right side, but from that picture with the keychain, it looks like it goes on the left.
Yeah. So I would trust that more, and it looks like we just need to move our drag chain mount to the other side.
Yeah.
If that makes it correct. And It only mounts one way, so yeah, it's definitely gotta go on the other side. I'm gonna go back and look in the manual and see if there's more insight, just to make sure we miss it. Because I was confused by this, and I was looking at the manual and their gallery and their images, and I could not figure out what the heck was going on. Oh, okay. You know what? In the picture, it's kind of cropped out, but it goes on the rear dual side.
Yeah, Steve and Jordan are both saying, yeah, it's on the left.
Yep. So yeah, it's on the rear. It's on the rear bearing holder on it.
Yep.
It's a little cropped in the picture, so it looked like we were looking at just the single-sided bearing, which is why we picked the other side. That's all there. By the way, Steve also has this. That's Steve the Builder, right?
Yes, Steve builds.
Yeah. Steve builds. So Steve has his little stream that's going to come up here about 10 Pacific. And you guys should jump between our two streams so that you go over there and mock us in our build in his stream.
You should have seen what these guys did. They're so stupid.
You know. That way we can just get that out of the way now. And then just kind of keep popping in over here the whole time and just kind of going, look what they're doing now. Those idiots.
Ron, the Happy Extruder, is here. Hello, Ron.
Ronnie boy. All right. Hey, look, I'm on the Afterburner.
Nice.
I'm on page 65 now. I feel like I'm caught up. I just love that they use that keychain, the key back.
I'm telling you, man. It's the best part.
I mean, $950 kit just so I can sit there and go, it's got a key retainer on it. How cute is that?
That's how that's how life goes.
Like, I love it. 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 Alrighty. Pulling out my blue mat. Because now we are getting to the small stuff.
This JST connector has got me stymied.
Stymied, yeah. I think you have to push it through while it's not in the connector, and that's why I shipped it separately. Yep. That's what I came to the conclusion about. Alrighty, so here's the audience question for the day. And I'm going to get everyone in there. I got my Afterburner parts here. And I have them in gold and red. And so far, all my parts have been gold on the printer, except for the end caps. And I know I want to put some red into it, into the Hotend, because that's the moving part, and I just think it aesthetically is going to look better. The question is how much should be gold versus red. And I'm going to pull out some of the components so you can kind of see the difference of what kind of happens. So you have the fan duct, which sticks down. And then you got all the motor junk that goes on it. And give or take, it's roughly this. Can't really do it without the motor in place. Let's see if I remember this by memory. That's where it gets tricky.
Shane says 38.2% red. I like somebody that's precise. I'll put you full screen so we can see all your parts here.
All right. And then, let's see, that goes there-ish. So that is give or take. Oh, there's one more part. Give or take, that's about as much as it is. And that's just a lot of parts. So what I'm thinking is I might get creative. I know it's dangerous. Let's say I did. Where's the other part? There it is. I gotta do a little bit cleanup on some of the stuff, but as I did that, and then that, and then I did that red. That way, all the boring stuff in the back. There's a couple of levers on there. There's a lever and an idler in the back there too, and I'll make that red too. So there'll be a little idler there. And that way, it has that highlighted section, and then that gets that out of the way. And then what I was thinking is that I was going to keep the vent red because I think red vents are sexier, but do the fan shroud on the front. And the real question is there's a cover that goes give or take on that side there. And I think, yeah. What do you guys think of that? I think that's a fun color combo. It mixes and matches. It kind of gives you the front highlight, a little bit of red, lots of gold. It kind of looks like Iron Man.
I was going to say that kind of looks more like Iron Man to me.
That's what I was thinking of. That's because I didn't think I didn't think it should be all red, and I didn't think it should be all gold. I think it just needed a lot of accent colors, and I think that's a good solution. It'll just make it look very. And then there's reversing the colors too, but I think I want the red around the parts cooling fan to be red. Because when you look underneath there, you don't want to look into a dark void. You want some light bouncing around. Yeah, I think that is a slick plan, and I'll do now. All right, opinion: gold side cover here, or red side cover?
Probably let's have to go with the gold one, I would guess.
Yeah, gold is just so goldy.
That's good looking filament. I like that. Steve says, am I seeing it wrong, or did you mirror the gold AB parts? But I'm not sure what that means.
Let me see. I didn't mirror anything. I think he's talking about, if I am correct, I think he's talking about these parts here. And all he's seeing is that it is upside down because technically the motor is there. And then that sits up there like that. That's technically how it goes.
Oh, AB means he's Afterburner. I got it. The cool kid lingo that I don't understand.
Yeah, you're not that cool yet. You're getting there.
Nope.
All right, I think that it was backwards. That's on the table, okay. And that's just because it just seemed easier to stack it that way. So good. Okay. That scared me. I was sitting there going, I didn't think I mirrored it. That would suck. I've already printed it like 3 times.
I can't do it another time.
I just can't do it, Scott. All right. You know what I'm going to do? Never mind. I'm going to pour these back out here because I changed my mind. I want to take the parts that I already know I have and get them just out of the way. I can go and hide them away and get them out of my face and one less thing to worry about. And then I'll make my color choices later for my other parts, which will probably end up being gold in all honesty. So there we go. That will be my Afterburner stuff. Color palette has been decided. Oops. That part was already picked too. One less thing.
That's really the most important part of this.
Oh yeah, I'm all about the aesthetics. I'm very shallow. I'm just going to drop this stuff in the bag for now. I'll come back to it later. I just like to have the stuff out of the way. And I feel like those parts are small enough, big enough that they can stay back here for now, because if I remember correctly, the instructions is going to have me touching them pretty soon. So I'll lay them up here at the top. I know the vent, that cover is going to be a ways away. Okay, Afterburner time. No, we see messages. And the gold does look a little gray. This is a very dark gold. All right, Afterburner. Yeah, I got to put heating sets into the Afterburner. Who would have thunk?
More heating? What?
That's just crazy talk, people.
All right.
All right. So they want 2 in the back. Oh, I always hate this. Let's see. Yeah, they go to those outside ones. 2 in the back. Come on.
So I haven't spent a lot of time not in the basement recently. So last night I took the night off, and my wife she loves movies, and I can't sit still long enough for any movie. But so we watched a movie, and we watched the latest offering in the Terminator series, and now I can't remember what the title was, but it's the one where Linda Hamlin comes back when she's old.
Oh yeah.
That was interesting. But I mean, seriously, just the Terminator franchise, it's just like, if it's got Arnie in it, I mean, they'll just sell it. I mean, somebody's going to watch it, right?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. It wasn't a bad movie, but it wasn't the best Terminator movie in the world.
It is the second worst Terminator movie.
Yeah. Which one do you hate the most?
The one that had the female Terminator.
Yeah, that's like the third one, right? I think.
Yeah, I think it was third.
Yeah.
That one was kind of that was the bomb of bombs.
Yeah.
That was the Die Hard 2 of Terminator.
I agree.
That's some harsh words right there.
The second one was so good. It's really hard to it's gonna be really hard to get one better than that.
Oh, that's just legacy.
Yeah.
Now, I will tell you the humorous thing for I'm a retro computer guy, and you know the little handheld that Connor has, and he goes and hacks the ATM.
Yeah, yeah.
That is a highly sought after collectible, and I always have a hard time finding those at reasonable prices.
Really?
And I just want that because just so I can go and hack the ATMs.
You can go hack the ATM. Yeah.
And someone actually wrote a program for it that emulates exactly what they do on camera.
Of course.
I'm like, that is just adorable, and I want to do that.
What is that device?
It's an Atari handheld. I just forgot the model number, but Atari made it, and pretty hardcore. It was fun, and it was pretty lame. Now, what's funny about it, I say it was pretty lame. In all actuality, that sucker ran DOS.
Wow.
So you think about that for a minute.
Yeah, back then.
Getting something like that back in the 80s, or sorry, 90s. That small, it ran. Now it was a modified DOS. It was a modified DOS, but still.
Well, I remember when I was in like 6th grade, which was, I don't remember what year, but it was a while ago. I knew a kid that, he had all kinds of money and everything. And he was a nice kid, but he had, I believe it was called an Atari Lynx. It was a color handheld.
Oh, yes, it was the Lynx, yes.
Yeah, that thing, I was so jealous of that kid. That was the coolest thing I'd ever seen.
I had the Lynx.
That's awesome.
Those
are probably
awesome.
pretty hard to find nowadays, right?
No, they're actually, well, they're not the hardest.
Yeah.
They're not the hardest to find. I keep looking for them because they're kind of fun. But they're not the hardest to find out there.
I should look for one. I'll finally get to have one.
There's the LCDs tend to go on those, but there is a bunch of aftermarket ones. So if you pick one up with a bad screen, don't worry, you'll be able to replace that screen pretty easily.
Cool. I should go out to eBay and look and see if I can find one.
The real secret is eBay. It's rare that you ever find a good deal on that stuff. It sucks because that's where all the people kind of go to make a ton of money. Trying to find out why it doesn't fit as beautifully as it should.
All right, now I'm back to where I was this morning.
Did you put that little idler wheel at the top?
I did not do that yet. I'm going to do that now. Ken says in Terminator that was the Atari Portfolio.
Yes. That was the name I was thinking of, yeah. And you can get them for a couple $100 nowadays.
Yeah, Red Light Mike, he just got here. Welcome. But we were talking about the Atari Lynx and looking for it on eBay to see if I could find an old one.
For the right price, it's out there. But for me, there's a series of collectors that they when it comes to the retro stuff, they want to buy the retro machine already restored and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they'll pay top dollar for it. There's that type of collector that's out there. That's usually the person that has that full theater room in their basements and with the popcorn machine outside, that type of guy.
Oh yeah.
But what I try to do is I try to get the broken ones. And I enjoy troubleshooting them because unlike electronics today, you can actually troubleshoot the old stuff.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets fun. What the heck is going on here?
Mike says he's got a ton of C64. He doesn't have an Atari Lynx. He's got a ton of C64 stuff. Red Light Mike does scrapping. He does, the PCs and hard drives and stuff like that. So he always has a ton of stuff.
Nice. Yeah, I like the C64. That's kind of Commodore and Amiga are kind of my bread and butter. I'm just starting to get into the Apple stuff and repairing that stuff. So my latest acquisition was an Apple IIe, and I got that all fixed up and repaired, just some power supply problems. And then got the emulators installed on it so that I can I don't have to rely too heavily on floppies. But I do have floppies around the house that I use to test and calibrate and repair the floppy drives as well, because that's just as much fun too.
Yeah, there's a lot of mechanical inside one of those floppies.
Those old ones, oh man. All right, 316s, that's what I need next. Where are you, M316s? You're over here. There we go. It's one of those that was dead in front of me, so if it was a snake, it would have bit me.
There's a few people in chat suggesting your audio isn't that great. I hear it fine. I don't know what. It seems the same as yesterday.
You know what? I'll bump it up just a little bit, just for everyone's entertainment. There we go. A little bit louder. Is that better for everyone?
We'll see what they come back with.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
There we go. And I am going to do my thing that I know Steve hates every time he hears this sound. I'm going to drill out the hole. Just because I hate the sound of squeaky plastic. Especially on long screws.
Oh, they're actually saying it's too loud. It's clipping.
That's what I thought. All right, stand by. Yeah, I don't get too much choice in what I can do.
Well, we've already done 7 hours like this already, so I mean,
there we go.
What's a few more?
What's a few more? If we're gonna fail, let's fail all the way.
Do the whole thing.
Let's just fail like our lives are like the rest of our lives, right?
Right.
Because we're not really failing, we're just succeeding in really bizarre ways.
Well, got to do a little bit of both.
It's subjective.
That's right. Okay. Pop says audio is better. That's good.
All right. I bumped it down a couple notches from yesterday.
Okay. Jeffy Boy is asking about wires. I don't remember the original question, but it looks like Bill is helping him. That's good.
Doesn't matter how many times I say it. I hear Bill, and I just immediately go to Bill Nye.
Bill Nye.
Bill.
I
Bill
I
Nye,
did
the science guy.
I did enjoy Bill Nye the Science Guy. That was always a good show. Okay, so now I should hopefully start to catch up here. I am working on heat inserts. I did happen to notice I was I don't know, I was working on something this morning. I did happen to notice that I have a perfectly round burn on the tip of my thumb, and I didn't know it was there. But I must have touched one of these inserts like right after I put it in, just very
Yep.
briefly, because I didn't notice it. But I mean, it is perfectly round. It's pretty impressive.
All right. Now I get these long, fun screws. Which this one taps into plastic too, but I'm just going to let it be because it's not really a structural thing. More of an alignment position, so I think it'll be fine. See, I can live with, you know, tapping into plastic. I'm not completely opposed.
Somebody said the secret is to fail quickly, and you know what? That's so true. You know, they at where I work, that's the mantra, right? Fail fast, let's get over it. You know, fail faster. That's what that. It's not really the goal to exceed right out of the box. You just have to fail it fast, and then you're okay. I don't work that way very well, but hey, whatever they need.
If you can fail 20 times really fast, that means that you'll get to the answer a lot sooner.
I guess so. Where is the little? Here it is.
Now the Afterburner is kind of a impressive. I will say this: I've built the Afterburner before other stuff, but I will say it is an impressive kind of hot end assembly. I mean, it's very dense. It doesn't waste too much space, and it's got some good aesthetics, as I like to say. All right, there is a PTFE piece of tubing right there.
Now they have in this kit, this Hotend kit, they have thermal paste, but it looks like it's like a bimetallic heat break or something that's already set inside that
Space.
Yeah.
So I didn't put any on. I didn't think it was necessary.
I don't think it is either. I'm going to leave it as is. If I have to pull it apart, so be it.
And since we said that out loud, somebody in the chat is going to scream really loud here, really soon. Just give them time. All right, look at that PTFE tubing sticking out. It's like a drinking straw for plastic.
Thermal paste is for the thermistor, Andrew says. All right.
Oh, right. That's right, because they don't use the set screw like E3D does.
Oh, they don't?
Nope. All right, looks like this is already got to get mounted on the printer. Which means I got to bring the printer back up here. You know what I'm going to do for aesthetics? Is because I am ended up in a situation where I'm jumping back and forth between large and small stuff. I'm going to move all my hardware over to my granite. Excuse me while I get aesthetically pleasing again. That way I have kind of the build for the small stuff, and then I have my build for the big stuff.
Build the small stuff. My sorting is askew. I could have realigned some of this, but hunting and pecking is, it's still a mode of operation. It's just not the best one.
It's technically a mode of operation.
Right.
Look at all these 3D printed parts over here and just kind of a junk pile.
What Hotend am I using? What are they? These
Thaddeus Dragonfly BMO.
Thaddeus Dragonfly BMO. There you go. I've never used one before.
And you can put in, Slice or E3D or the Dragon Hotends or whatever your desires are.
What does Thaddeus Dragonfly BMO run price-wise?
$35-$40 somewhere in there. It's not bad.
It's a pretty impressive little thing for $40. It looks like.
It's not bad. It does a healthy job of giving some of the other hot-end companies a little run for their money. I thought their Dragon was a little too close for comfort, in all honesty. And I know this is controversial, but I thought it was a little too close for comfort to the Slice. But the Dragonflies isn't. I feel pretty good about those. Yeah, there we go. That way I'll just leave the printer over here, and whenever I have to switch between the two, I don't have to think about it. Let's go ahead and flush that up a little bit. Now, this is your first time building the Afterburner one, isn't it, Chris?
Yes, I have never built one of these.
But you've built tons of the Prusa hot-end assembly, so it's going to be interesting to hear your opinion on the build.
Yeah, and the Prusa hot-end setup has had so many different versions trying to make it less complicated because, like when they first did the Mark II, it was like everything had to come off if you wanted to fix something. So they tried to make it easier. So yeah, I'm hoping that this is at least somewhat straightforward if you had to make a repair.
Let's see something here. I think I found a...
Somebody wants to know what mat organizer you have. It does look pretty nice.
This is just a normal computer service mat. So if you do IT or stuff like that, this is just one of those regular mats. You find them all over the place. I mean, this is a Kasihi, but I found it like on Amazon a long time ago and just been using it ever since. I like them. I would normally use these, have that for repairing in the field and stuff like that because you want to have an anti-static surface to service anything. But also it has little spots to hold all your screws. Now, they're kind of nice because this one's actually labeled. Each hole is individually labeled. But unfortunately, it's labeled specifically for computer parts. Like there's the hard drive and the keyboard. And then there's a little tray down the side that that has 1 through like 40, so that you can kind of mark off as you do weird builds and stuff. It's a nice way to handle the problem.
I dropped a tiny screw. Now, welcome to my life. Usually I would forget, but that's a pretty specific one. Ah, I found it.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Sometimes I didn't see a spare bag in this, and I'm pretty sure in production that LDO will put a little bit of a spare bag in here. But the curse I've always had with spare bags, they always seem to not put in the screw that I lose.
Yep. That
And
I was. What does that go to? It's Oh, it's that tiny short grub screw that to the Bondtech gear. That's my favorite one. And I got on Prusa support. I'm like, man, I need some of these. Where do I get them? And he's like, oh, there's a spare one that came with your kit. I'm like, man, that was like 3 years ago. But I kid you not, I found that spare bag, and sure enough, it was in there. That saved me.
There's one thing we should think about here, and I don't know if Steve is still in chat. I'll ask him while he's here, if he's here. With the Dragonfly BMO, and it has that bolt pattern on the top that's not in the instructions manual, what size screw should we use to fill those 4 bolt holes? Because it's not in the instruction manual. They just kind of skip over it, and I realized that when I was looking at this going, if I go any further, I'm going to regret this.
Yeah, because I mean, the ones with the Dragonfly, these are like, I want to say these are 2.5s.
Yeah, they look like 2.5s. I just don't know their raw size.
2 5x8, Bill says. The screws that come with the Hotend, Steve says.
Oh, okay. That makes life easier.
Yeah. Gary, thank you very much for the 5. I'm glad you found the videos helpful. And Dave, he just got his panel kit for his lack enclosure from you.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah, I found that one humorous, because I released my enclosure and then Prusa released theirs. And I was just like, okay, fine. You want to be that way? I'm going to sell my stuff. I'm going to sell stuff for your stuff, and then I'll sell my stuff. And then when this is all over, one way or the other, I get the sale.
Right. I made that video on building that Ender 3 enclosure from the Prusa design, but the only reason why I continued to make it is because you offered the taller panel. I'm like, because if you want to use your old lack panel, they offer those printed skirts to extend it, but they are a total pain in the ass to put on.
Yes, they are. They're not pretty either.
No, they're not. So I think I even talked to you about that. I was like, I'm like, man, I want to make a taller one for an Ender 3. I think that would go over well. And you're like, oh, well, these panels are taller. I'm like, sweet. So yeah, that's the only reason why that video got made, is because that part was available.
Now, if you want to hear humor about that, because I came up with that, and I was ready to start laser cutting those panel kits by the pound and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I talked to my acrylic supplier that actually gets me my raw material, and they have a CNC table saw there.
Really?
And massive machine. It's a 10-foot by 20-foot machine, and it literally just cuts stacks and stacks of sheets. I mean, it'll cut 20 sheets at a time. 20 sheets of 1/4-inch material will cut at a time. And so I had to drive down there and look at it and just hang out with them, just to be a normal nerd. But they cut all those pieces for me before they even arrive here. So quite literally all I do is pop them in the box.
Cool.
So easiest product sale out there. Yep, they're 2.5 by 8s. That was the ones that I found. So there we go. Yes, Ken, I agree that my enclosures are better, but the market dictates there be options out there. And as long as I am on both sides of the options matrix, I'm good.
I still need to work on the second part of my enclosure video. I'm still dialing that up. There's a lot to that, but
yes.
all those tests I ran and everything, I had it up to like 65C or whatever. And I just happened to notice the other day, you might be able to see it in the video, I don't know. But I just happened to notice the other day that my spool holders melted to the left. It's still usable, but it definitely took a beating during that testing.
And now you see why I put so many holes in my enclosures.
Yeah, that made it really hard for me to fail, by the way.
See?
I couldn't fail near fast enough because you put all those holes in there. It took a lot of tape for me to get around that.
So, no, the holes, when I designed them, you'll notice that the holes never seem to line up with the build plate. That is to make it so that there's no crosshair that moves through the inside of them.
Nice.
Well, what that allows it to do is that I can get the temperature up, still allow heat to escape, but I'm not going to create any convection flow over the actual build. The convection tends to kind of come out the side. So that's why all my ports are very creatively in those areas.
It's a nice setup. They're well done.
And finally, I'm starting to see people design parts for it. But if you'll notice, like I put these really weird, like 4-inch holes on all the sides, and you're like,
Yep.
That seems like an awkward thing. Well, those holes are big enough to mount just about anything that's there, but also make it compatible with a bunch of printers. But I made it big enough that on a standard Prusa or Ender 3 printer, you will be able to print any additional parts you need. So highly modifiable. So, I got spool holders for it. People have made exhaust ports for it. People have made power supply mounts for it. All those little things to try and make it so that it's customizable by the end user.
Right.
I try to be that guy.
M340. So they want those to go all the way through and mount it. They mount on the housing.
That is correct.
That is a long run.
Yes, but it makes a nice little sandwich all the way through.
Ooh, and that's
sandwiches. One heat set.
All right, so that's pretty nifty.
The little sandwich package.
Yeah, well, the fact that they just left the two out on the top and it just kind of hangs there, and then you put the bottom two in. That's pretty cool.
Seems okay. All right. We are making progress, as the kids say. I'll put this in, get all my heat sets done, and then I probably got more assembly to do. It is kind of funny, though. You were a little bit ahead yesterday, and then you found your little things you had to go fix. And then I went and fixed my things, and then we both kind of caught up to each other. So if this was a race, we're tied.
We're neck and neck. In all fairness, though, you were explaining things and I was working.
You were working. See, that's what makes me a manager. I just sit over on the side and tell other people what's going on. I don't actually do it.
Uh, Low Tech Greg. No, this will not be my first dance with Clipper. I used Clipper years and years ago. It wasn't near as fancy then as it is now. But I also assist others with their Clipper installs. Um, so I don't know a ton about it, but I know the gist and how to get where I need to go.
I will say that it's been a while since I've installed Octoprint, but if you didn't know, and it blew my mind, the Raspberry Pi Foundation has a new imager out there,
Mm-hmm.
which, oh my God, just makes making your SD card so much easier. I mean, they really want consumers to do it. It's literally just a little app. You select what OS you want, and there's the SD card, and it flashes it for you and gets it ready. And it's fast. It's way faster than Etcher ever was. And what makes it amazing is that Octoprint is right there. You can select it.
Oh, really? I didn't. Now I knew they had an imager out there, but I did not know that Octoprint was there.
So yeah, Octoprint is on their imager.
Cool.
And I was like, wow. After installation, it's 1, 2, 3 clicks, and boom, you got Octoprint installed. That's pretty cool. Trying to make sure I get it flushed up from the plastic that I pushed out. Because a lot of these parts I know sandwiched together, so you don't want any plastic sticking out.
So on I'm putting the inserts in for, let me see what they call this part.
What page?
It's the clockwork on 68. So they have on the back side, they've got two inserts side by side. One is fine. The one to the left, if you're looking at from the top of the part, that's fine. But the hole next to it that they say there's an insert in, that's too big a hole for an insert.
No, mine worked. It's just they have a bigger hole for it. It's a bigger hole, but mine fit in there just fine.
And hear that. Focus. Do it.
So yeah, mine sat in there just fine.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Now, don't forget though, there is one extra heat set on this one. On the side. That's not in the manual.
Oh.
Remember the little extra hole on the side of this piece while we had to reprint it? For their special PCB mount? From LDO?
On this same piece?
Yes.
Maybe I printed the wrong part.
So if you look on the piece like this.
Yep.
Turn it sideways. Do you see a hole there?
Oh, yeah, it's the wrong part.
See? And this is why we can't have nice things.
That's true. But I thought I printed some of those.
I swore you did, because you and I went over that like 10 times just to make sure that we didn't look stupid on stream.
Well, that's inevitable.
Well, yeah. But we were going to try to make it, less of a factor.
But that part... Well, let me go back and look at the LDO stuff. Maybe it'll make more sense.
Yeah, that was specifically from the LDO files.
Okay, let's look.
Now it's time for the real Bondtech stuff. Now, what's slick is you'll open up the Bondtech stuff, and you'll start screaming, "There's no set screws in here." They're in the hardware bag kit. They're not in with the Bondtech gears. So if you buy the kit from me, I do not want to hear anyone email me or call or scream, that I forgot heat inset screws. They're just not in the same spots. So you all can shut it right now. I do that because hopefully sometime in the future, someone's going to start watching this. It's, they just ordered their kit. So they're like, I want to watch 14 hours of David and Chris just trotting back and forth.
Okay, so this is the one that there was multiple covers. Which cover did you print out of the LDO files? The stock Afterburner one?
No, I went full down. I followed their thing start to finish.
Well,
So the reason,
super important. But...
the reason why you do that is because when these two get joined together, those two parts get joined together like that, there's that hole there and that hole there. And when we get to it, that PCB mounts right to those holes. Whoops.
Okay, so
that's where those are.
So that's that part. That's that part. I swore that I printed the new part. Where would I have put that part?
Yeah, you and I. It would have been one of your last minute prints because we definitely. You and I both went over that.
Because I have the spacer that's in there in the same folder. Don't I? Now I'm confused. Let me go look over here. Maybe I just left it somewhere.
Just left it in the wrong spot type of thing?
I could have.
That happens.
I'm capable of anything.
If only my mother told me that when I was a kid. All right. I'm trying to get this set to be approximately the right height. They put a weird offset distance, and I'm like, really? You guys did that without the collar? There we go. Good enough for government work. All right. There's my motor. I am going to assume, I wish they spent more time actually pointing out which way they want cables pointing. Because you and I have just been guessing at stuff this whole time.
Right.
M38. M36.
Well, that's really irritating. Because I could have swore I printed all those parts out.
Sure. Because now you and I specifically talked about it because that was Friday.
Yeah.
And we went over it and we're like, oh crud, we completely missed a few things and went back. So I don't know if you had a special section where you set your Friday prints.
Well, I thought I put them all back there, but because I had the bumper piece without the end stop holes in it, and I know that was one that we decided to print.
Well, I tell you what you could do. If you have a drill set there, you could literally just mark that little spot on the side and use the PCB to mark it out. And then you could just drill it and put a heat set there.
Yeah. Let's see, how long would it take to print one of these? because I'm kind of stuck, right? I can't do anything until I have that part.
Until you have that part right. That's correct. This allows me to pull ahead. This allows me to lap Chris. Be like, mwahahaha.
Start printing it again. You'll get halfway through and then find it. That's usually what happens. You're very correct.
That's what happens to me most of the time.
Yeah. All right.
And even if you start printing it, you could try my little drill idea because you're just going to throw that piece away anyways if it doesn't work.
Yeah, I could try to drill it if I need to. I thought about too, like while you're building, I could go. I could do my clipper install, and then while you're, if you want to screen share your clipper install, then I could finish my build, something like that.
There you go. Or you could just jump on and start doing the electronics on the bottom.
That true? Yes, I could do that. That wouldn't be that big a deal. The part prints in just a little over an hour, so it's not a huge deal, but still irritating because I know I have that part somewhere. That's one thing I would like to do, and I might do that because between the LDO, well, and we've talked about this a half a dozen times so far, but LDO, it's still kind of a beta thing. But when they finally get the list down, a quick cheat sheet of what parts I actually printed for this exact build would be very beneficial.
Yep.
Because you're kind of dancing in between Voron, the GitHub parts and all of that.
There we go. Little pain in the butt to get that bearing all the way in.
He says, "Stop dropping parts." It's not the. If I could stop it, I would. It's not the fact that I want to drop them.
Oh, he wants to drop them. I know he does.
I do it just to irritate others.
See, he does it more now since YouTube dropped the dislike button. That way you guys can't hate him. All right. I had to, the bearing was a little bit of a tight fit.
All right. So I guess we're reprinting.
Pretty, pretty, pretty. All right. Now it gets the cap. And the bearing should hopefully fit all the way on the other side. I'm going to clean that out just a wee bit because I don't trust them.
LDO actually has a lot of great pictures of the electronic install.
That's because they don't actually include that on the Switchwire build. manual. So he kind of was like, oh, you know what? I probably should put more of that in there.
Hopefully that's the only part I'm missing going forward. We're going to find out, I guess. Did you join at the wrong time? Absolutely not. It's never a bad time to join.
All right.
Oh,
Let's make sure I'm doing this right.
I almost dropped one of those roller bearings off the front of the table. I would have never known that happened.
That would have ruined your life.
Yeah, I'd be hard-pressed finding a spare one of those. I probably have one, but it's going to be hard to find it.
You know, if you had an assembly mat like me.
I know I need one now. There's no way I'm disciplined enough to stay on that mat. Charlie was setting on my space bar. The character count was up over 1,800. Yeah, I've seen that happen on a few meetings that I've been on before. Ender 3 belt conversion kit. They're turning Ender 3s into belt printers now?
Yeah, of course. You'll spend more on the conversion kit than you did on the printer, but, you know, hey, sure.
Yeah, that's what kills me about... There's a lot of upgrade parts, for Ender 3s and stuff, but a lot of them are just as expensive as the whole machine. How far do you want to take it, right?
Now, every single one of those upgrades, in my opinion, are dumb unless I'm selling them and I get 30% margin. Then they are the most brilliant things in the world, and everyone needs them.
Well, at least you're honest.
You know. There we go. That looks better. I'm going to do a little bit of a hole clearing here because I think my ABS is too tight to securely do it. The Bondtech gear is always tricky. If you don't want to force it too much, but you don't want it to be loose either. It's a fine, fine line. There we go. So now it's at the top. Let me get a, because I don't want to slide down and bump it badly. All right. I just want to work that bearing into its hole.
What size wrench is this grub screw? Or maybe this one's just a little off. I'll try another one.
All right, it's still too tight in there. I'm going to get just a few more shards out. Let's see if that fits in there safely. So, Bondtech has these little bearings. And they got to sit in the 3D printed part. And if the part's a little bit tight because it's, ABS, it's shrunk too much, it can be a pain in the butt because you don't want to force it or you'll literally split the bearing apart. So you kind of have to loosely keep pushing it in and then shave off the sides ever so gently until it's sitting right where it's supposed to sit.
Talking about that set screw, yes. One of those grub screws is just a little off, but if you find a really good wrench, it did fit on there. I grabbed another one, so that's good. And Pop mentioned Loctite. Yes, and then Steve came back and said all these grub screws have Loctite on them from LDO, so that will help as well. They want to know, what machine did you print your ABS parts on, Dave?
I did it all on Ultimaker.
Nice.
So my Ultimakers, their ABS is pretty. I even use an Ultimaker ABS. Their Ultimaker does a good job with it. And I got more of those machines here.
I still want an Ultimaker. I don't know why, but I'd like to have one someday.
It's prestigious. I mean, there's values in them, and then there's for a lot of the clients out there, there is a reason to have them. That's the trick.
Yeah.
It's a little harder on the consumers to justify it for straight up consumer homes, but business, educational, it is spot on a solid machine. And while the company is not based in America, they are made in America.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that.
Yeah. There we go.
Steve Cook, thanks for the $5. Dave, will you eventually have the Trident frame in the 350 size?
Well, yeah, of course. Now, I will say this, everybody and their grandmother keeps going, when's blank going to be in stock?
Right.
And the answer is always sometime between tomorrow and 120 days. And the reason why is because we are 100% reliant on boats right now. And all the boats, I wouldn't trust their numbers for a long time.
Yeah.
So shipping is going to, especially international shipping, is going to be a nightmare. The current predictions right now is it might get better in 2023.
Whew. That's a while from now.
That's how far behind shipping is in the world. So it could be 2023. I mean, it's going to require a lot of labor improvements to get that going again. It's going to require a lot of infrastructure improvements to get that going again. And the real problem is that, and I even have a curse for it, because, a year ago, we were all super proud of what you would call on-demand manufacturing. The idea of as soon as you need it, it gets delivered to your door. There's zero downtime between the two. And then the whole pandemic thing hit, and all of a sudden, everyone started having massive downtime. And everyone started freaking out. So that's kind of why the problem where shipping got screwed.
What's so somebody asked and Bill came back with some industrial machine stuff, but what advantage does an Ultimaker have over a kit build like a Voron?
So here's the thing. Think of it less of like, oh, the Ultimaker is just a better printer or anything like that. I know, oh my God, if they're watching, they're going to kill me for saying that. But think less of it that way. And I want you to think more about the clientele. So I want you to think about the business manager or the office manager or the boss that has to calculate how many hours his employees do everything. And then I want you to think about a Voron or a Prusa printer or an Ender 3 or any of that stuff sitting in their office. What happens when one of those breaks? How long is it going to take them to rebuild those things?
Yeah.
And what is the skill level required to rebuild those things? Because let's face it, we get to all be cocky and arrogant about this, but we are absolutely brilliant people. Compared to other people when it comes to 3D printing, and it is a high skill set. People tend to miss that. And that's what happened. So you take that into account. Man, they just skip right over several chapters, don't they? I guess that should sit in there, and then M320s. Yeah, they just kind of skipped over that part.
This is now. I saw this earlier, and I was thinking about it, and this is pretty ingenious that they take the front cover off of this blower fan and use it in their own housing. That's pretty
Yes.
inventive.
That's a smart way to handle that problem.
That is literally thinking outside the box.
So yeah, sorry, I got distracted there. Back to what I was saying. The Ultimaker kind of has this advantage of it is meant for an office that absolutely does not want to be 3D printing. They just want what 3D printers make. They don't want to repair their printers. They don't want to have a 3D printing expert. They just want the printer to print. And as you and I all, and everyone else knows, stuff breaks. And Ultimaker, the way that they build their system, it's meant to be repaired by basic people, if that makes sense. Or you don't repair it. It's just there.
It's more of a commodity ecosystem, right? Like a JetStjet. Yeah, like it has a print cartridge and
Yes.
Things like that. You flip out instead of they try to get you. Anybody can switch out this part to make this repair.
The entire hot end is replaceable, like an inkjet cartridge. No screws, no nothing. You just pop it out, pop it in. They don't want you doing nozzle changes. You just buy another hot end.
Yeah.
And their hot ends are surprisingly not expensive. They're like about between 110, 150 bucks for an entire hot end pre-assembled in cartridge form to pop in and out of your printer. So it's pretty cool for that. I wonder, do they? Yeah, the Afterburner, they seem to have skipped a part. The clockwork, yeah, there's a few pages missing on the clockwork.
Huh.
Because they have you put together the idler, but then they don't show you how to install the idler arm. And that looks like it's supposed to be an M325.
So far, I found more than enough stuff that I can build ahead of time to keep me busy here. I haven't ran out of things yet, anyway.
So, yeah, I kind of skipped right over the idler arm in the build. I think it, if I remember correctly, I think there's a whole separate manual for doing the clockwork build because they use it on just about every printer.
Yeah.
All right, so that goes there. And then there's my swing arm. I bet you that's another M325. So yeah, they definitely skip most of the rest of the clockwork assembly. I will say that. So you'll have to
piece of filament? What? They want you to use a piece of filament to connect the top blower fan with the hot end fan through the housing? That's a new one.
I've seen people use filament for weirder stuff than that. But
Well, I've
yeah,
seen like for like hinges. I've seen like plastic hinges. I've seen that.
I think that's what this is for, isn't it, in this design? It makes it so it can kind of hinge up out of the way if you need to get in there.
So what kind of filament would be best for that?
Whatever's closest to hand. Because I don't think
closest?
it's. I mean, well, ABS, of course.
ABS. Now I'm kind of curious about how the wire would route for that. That's interesting.
Actually, I want to drill that out too, because that's a smart way to. Fine. All right, so that's not the M325. Let's just save that for now. It should be an M320 is what feels right in that hole. I'm winging it right now on the clockwork just because it's not in the manual. And I'm basing it off muscle memory.
I should be able to find like a random piece of filament on the floor.
Yeah. I mean, you should have tons of filament around there, right?
Yeah, but I want to be choosy about what color I use. I mean, come on.
Oh, you're going to be that guy.
I'm going to be that guy.
You're doing aesthetics now.
Right? Yeah, why start now? All
right, now get that to slide in there. Get that to slide in there. There we go. Did I miss it? I hate that. Try again. Come on. Got to get that little gear to sit in the right spot, or that little lip to sit in the right spot at just the right time. All right, so that goes in front of it. I'm pretty sure that's, there we go. I think that's it now. Let's see. Yeah. Now, get the springy thumb screw. The highly technical term.
Springy.
The springy thumb screw.
Mains inlet. I like that. What power supply did we? Oh yeah, we got a Meanwell with this. Nice.
There's two. There's two power supplies in this build.
There's a 5-volt one for the Raspberry Pi.
Yep. They used to use buck converters in a lot of their other kits. It's kind of interesting that they went with dedicated, because Meanwell also makes the exact same form factor power supply as the big one that outputs 24 and 5 volt.
Oh really? That's cool.
Yeah. It's amazing how many. It's amazing the voltages that Meanwell supports. It's pretty impressive. All right, let's make sure I'm not nuts and that's all going in the right way. Nope, that is supposed to be in front. I always mess that up. Just after I thought I had it. This is my third Afterburner, and I always get screwed up on all this on the idler latching. Every time.
Steve just brought up something about Ultimaker that I forgot about. Isn't Ultimaker all still 2.85?
Yes.
Forgot about that.
It lets them control their flow.
Yeah.
Now, as another example of what makes Ultimaker, and it should hopefully point you into understanding the weirdness of the specificity of the audience that they go after. They sell Ultimaker filaments. They let you use other people's filament, but they sell Ultimaker filaments.
Right.
It has an NFC tag in it, so that when you put it on the printer knows what filaments you put in there, even the color. Okay. Now, if you go into Cura, you will see that inside of Cura, you can also set the color filaments you're using with Ultimaker. So, if you do the math on that, now you could pre-slice a job, put it on the printer, and then it says, wait, the person that sliced this job actually wants it to be done in green.
Oh.
And if you think about that, all of a sudden you go, oh, so in a big office space, some Joe Schmo down in the basement is responsible for the 3D printer. They just send him a file and an email and say, hey, build that. And he goes, okay, I'll do that for minimum wage. And then they put it on the printer, and then it says, stops him and says, hey, you loaded the wrong color. Sorry. Now, take into account, let's go one step further on that. Their material station,
right,
if you will. So they have this big fancy material station that you can load up all your spools into. There's an NFC reader on each slot in the material station. So when they submit a job to the printer, now it will sit there and go, oh, hey, I'll load this color up from the material station, and I'll put that in there, and I'll print your job. And now the Joe Schmo that's running it doesn't have to think about it. They don't pay them enough for that.
Right.
So
I really do love that filament station. I think it's. I like the filament station better than I like the printer.
So, but then you take on top of all of that, they include a render farm manager built into their system. And you may think to yourself, that seems a little bit overkill. Maybe, but no. The idea is that you put all the printers on your farm, and you set them up. There's no centralized server. There's no IT department to manage it. The printers all know about each other. Okay. Now the printers all know about each other. You're going to be able to, they automatically start managing themselves out. Which
and
is
then Skynet.
Take over the world. Yeah. Well, they manage themselves out, which is pretty awesome when you think about it, if you do the math on that. But they also do the print jobs as they get submitted into the printer. So imagine, if you will, you're sitting there with your 3D printer, or you have a farm full of printers. It will automatically decide for you what job to run next based on which printers have what filament colors loaded.
That's pretty sweet.
And if you think about that, that's a pretty smart configuration. So the jobs can get that, and then also, depending on your permissions you set up, someone can actually go and set a higher priority and jump in the queue. And say, oh, my stuff needs to get printed first. So it makes for an environment where you can have Joe Schmo just sits there with a bunch of glass plates, blank ones, and he sits there all day and night just swapping out plates, and the printer says, pull this plate, put this plate on, do this, do that, you know, completely dumbing it down for you.
I'm having flashbacks of mounting tapes.
Yes. Very much in that same line of thinking, which will make your life which makes that way easier on people.
Well, nice work, Ultimaker.
So I give them credit for thinking that way. So this drag chain faces over, and there's a couple holes missing, all right? So that's the M330, which will go there. And then the M320, which will go there. That's where it goes. All right, let's go back to the big cam, because now we got the components to start mounting this. Now we got to get that PTFE tubing just right.
Does the length on that PTFE have to be super specific?
The more it tucks in there, the better off you'll be.
Okay.
I don't think they ever mentioned. I just think they never even mentioned it.
They said 10 millimeters off the top of the plastic part. That's the only part I saw.
Perfect. And that's all that we have to worry about. Because that's what I just cut. And let me make sure I'm not insane. Yeah. Good enough for government work.
That's right.
Now, this they claim.
M3 by 8. That's what I'm looking for. Nope. I really gotta get.
Get that wire to lay down there. There we go.
8.
That is looking like it's supposed to look. That's just crazy talk. Now that, I swore, that has got to be the 30.
48.
And that is going to be the 25.
So
Or the 20,
Dave,
sorry.
check your Discord DM. Steve Builds says.
All righty. You know what? Since it's Steve, I'm going to pause for a second, because if it's Steve-O, okay, I see what you're saying. You sent me a picture. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Yeah, he's showing me a picture of the extruder motor when he was working his notes out. And I see he did his motor coming out the side of the idler with the wires. And yep, I can see that's going to be a problem. So thank you, Steve. I see that, and I see how that's going to be a problem if I go too much further. So we got to rotate the motors, which means I now got to undo like half of what I did.
Which one?
The extruder motor.
Okay.
The wire got to come out the side where the idler arm is.
All right. I'll remember that when I get there.
Sure you will. Everyone, place your bets in chat right now. Will Chris actually remember that?
Place your bets.
Or will we get a oops, all right, I'll figure it out. You know.
Yeah, I got it. No problem.
I'm good. We're good. It's gonna happen. So, yeah. So I made my mistake already, and I'm going back and fixing it right now.
They vote oops. See, no faith. No faith.
Well, they're also going by track record, right?
Well, let's not talk about that. Let's be positive and move forward.
There we go.
Honestly, these builds, I mean, going through the guide, building one at a time, doing it live, I never stop to think about the finished product, ever. It's just forest of the trees moment, you know, I mean, it's just one step at a time, and then when I'm done, I'm done. You know, but not on stream. I would sit down. If I really wanted to build something, I'd sit down, I'd flip through the manual, I'd look at it as a whole and go, okay, this is what I'm getting ready to make. But the streams, I have never done that.
Yeah, when you're streaming, you're just worried about the next thing.
Right. It's just one piece at a time. And I look back on it, and it's like, how did I ever do so many? Because it's all a blur.
It's like, how the hell am I still alive?
Right. Yeah. How did I stand for 13 hours in a row?
All righty. Now, move some screws around, and I will have recovered.
That's right. Just make it work. Just it's kind of one of those things. It's like, it's broken. When can I have it? When's it going to be done? That part in Road Warrior when he says he's listing off all the things that are wrong with the semi, and the guy says how long? He says 24 hours, and the guy says you got 12, and he says okay, that's my life. I'm that guy.
All right, so I'm going to do this just in case anyone goes or comes back. So if you look at it from the rear, the wires need to come off the side where the idler arm is. If it goes off the bottom, you're screwed, which is how I had it. So, and the reason why is because it sits flush on this printed part here. And that wire makes it so it prevents you from being flush if it comes off the bottom. Make sure it all sits there good. It's all sitting tight. I think that's going to work.
Oh yeah, that.
Let me slide over so I can see a little bit better to make sure I'm not insane.
The LDO pictures of the under layout makes things so much easier to understand.
All right. Whoops. So that is supposed to come here. That is in the clear. That definitely should just snug on down. And then.
So you said Steven is doing one of these build today, or like finishing up a build? What build?
No, he's already did the build. There's already a live stream of him doing one of these builds. With the LDO kit, him kind of discovering along the way. So he has suffered just like we are suffering now. But he had a little more insight to it and stuff like that. So he's another good resource for this. If I can get this all to sit right. All right, one side is down. Unless I'm an idiot, which I probably am, because I have been before. Let's see. Do I have stage right and stage left messed up? Yeah, I think that's what all it was. I had stage right, make it messed up with house right.
That'll happen.
Because one side of putting the extruder on uses an M330 and the other one uses an M320.
That's how you end up standing in the way of the pyro.
Yes. I'll admit it, I never got injured in theater work.
Seems like it's a very common occurrence.
I had to be very specific in saying that because I have gotten injured in TV work.
Well, now you got to tell us.
So, I've been electrocuted so many times in TV work, it's not even funny. But I will tell you the funny story of a coworker of mine who we still chat about it from day to day. he was out, and he was just, we were going out there doing our maintenance, and he was like, "Hey, there's a little extra dust in the back of one of these servers. I'm gonna blow it out." So he grabs a can of compressed air, and he blows out the dust in the power supply. And if you don't know this, compressed air is extremely conductive. And so is the aluminum can that it's all in.
Yeah.
And so is the wire rack that it's all mounted in.
Yeah.
And so he took the shot straight across his heart and found him, how should I put it? He was laying down behind a rack, passed out. He recovered.
Well, that's good.
But it was from that day forward, the official policy of the company was, yeah, no more compressed air, guys. One of those things where you have to actively do something, or you could be held liable, type of thing.
Marlin Firmware is here. Day 2, looking good so far.
Good old Scotty boy came in.
He's under the Marlin account, but it has to be Scott. He's kind of the only guy there. Unless he found someone to do the coffee runs, and now they're doing the social media.
All right, so I remove the top cover just so it looks sexy with their cover. Not gonna lie, that's a good little fit.
Now we got Scott Latine.
There we go.
How you doing?
He accidentally came in here underneath the Voron account, and now we all know it's really Scott.
That's right.
We're all ruined.
The curtain has been lifted.
Yes. Ignore the man behind the curtain, unless it's Scott. All right.
I feel for Scott, because he's probably the only man that gets more questions about Marlin Firmware than I do.
Yeah. And the extreme intro questions too, which that just seems like that would get on my nerves after a while. Where you're like,
well,
I got to teach this person how to program.
At least it was okay until we went to VS Code, and the spin up of VS Code with all the different compilers and stuff. The things that you can do to mess up the VS Code install and the file system layout, it's got to be named the right thing. People like to rename their Marlin folder. I've seen that like 300 times.
Stop it.
Yeah, that really added a lot of questions to the old bank, but it's starting to get smoothed out now. It's a lot smoother now than when we first started in 2.0. But I just like the questions I know the answers to, because sometimes I have no idea what you're talking about.
So you're sitting there and you're like going, wow, you figured out how to screw that up? Impressive.
It's not so much that. It's like, how do I set up a blended extruder? I have no clue. I have never attempted that. There are so many things in Marlin I have never done.
So you sit there and go, figure it out and then let me know.
Yeah, take notes.
I've already forgotten. Did you decide you were going to print that other part and you just kind of doing other stuff now?
Yeah, it's printing, and I got I got the gears lined up on the motor. I put my blower fan and my hinged Hotend fan together, and now I'm putting all the little plastic brackets on the boards and stuff.
Gotcha.
Plenty of stuff to do.
All right, now I got a biscuit fan here. I love the term biscuit fan because it reminds me of biscuits and gravy, and I like biscuits and gravy.
Question: are we going to build these the fully enclosed unit or just open? We could take it as far as we wanted to, I guess. We've got all of the
You got all the
stuff to
parts.
close it up.
So this fan here. So the top blower fan. Oh, okay. You know what it is? That I just realized this, and that is fascinating. I don't know if you figured this out or not. The top fan is your parts cooling fan.
Right.
And the bottom fan is your actual heat block fan.
Right.
How screwy is that when you think about it? That's kind of cool. I am not going to complain there.
Martin Powell, British person here, very confused about eating biscuits with gravy? There's nothing confusing about that, Martin, if you're from the United States, I swear.
All right, so first and foremost, biscuits here are not like biscuits there.
That is true. That is it's a difference.
An important difference. So biscuits here are the nice, big, light, fluffy biscuits that are just pretty much full of grease and butter.
Mm-hmm.
And the more grease, the more butter, the better the biscuit. How disturbing is that as a sentence? Now, then you do what they call sawmill gravy, which is a white gravy made entirely by pretty much boiling milk and pepper. And then you take that and you throw that inside, and boom goes the dynamite. You put those two things together on a plate, and you are in heaven.
I agree.
Heaven.
John Clark, thank you for the $20. I totally agree. More biscuits and gravy. Gravy on everything. If we didn't have gravy, I would have been really hungry as a child.
Let's put it this way. I'm not a great cook, but when I left for college, I made one of my requirements is my mother teach me how to make biscuits and gravy.
Yeah.
So that was the only meal my mother ever taught me how to prepare.
There's a knack to making gravy, too. You got to have a hand for that.
Yes. It is in no way close to just throwing it in a bucket.
Nope.
You have to stir it. You got to get the temperatures just right. There's some work behind it.
So, just looking through this manual, they actually use VHB tape to hold one of these fans on. So, people that have these kits, how'd that work out for you? Is that just some incredibly awesome tape?
Oh, I love VHB tape.
I would think a fan would eventually walk itself off of it, but maybe not.
That's because the VHB has the little foam in the back, so it definitely is an insulator.
Gotcha.
And LDO did include some VHB.
Okay. It's
in your kit. That was the one thing they seemed to be able to get through customs.
There you go. Ben, missing in action for a while. I appreciate the kind words on the new basements. I haven't been making a lot of videos over the summer. I was actually out a lot longer than I wanted to be, but good to see Ben back. Tape was fine for me. Red eye gravy, absolutely. Dave, have you ever had red eye gravy?
Yeah, I've had red eye gravy. I will admit it. It's not bad. I'm still a sawmill gravy guy,
Sure, absolutely.
but I'm from northern South, not southern South.
I wouldn't turn it down.
I'd still eat it.
That's right.
As the hip kids say today, I wouldn't kick it out of bed.
VHD on PETG might not work as well as ABS. No joke. That could be a possibility. Alan says VHB is good. Sweet. Yeah, this one's just for the fans. So I'm guessing all of these fans are made out of ABS.
That would make sense.
Dave says my organization has gone downhill quickly. Yeah, it has. This is it's tornado time.
We're getting to the last little bit, so the parts are flying.
That's right. Okay, where's this guy go?
Just gotta get the filament holes to line up just right. They made them definitely tight fit, so you're shooting for a small hole. Let's see if a little bit of force helped. There it goes. Beautiful. All right. Got all my fans going in the right way.
Does that mean I'm on Clipper now that the Switchwire build? I'm not on Clipper yet, but we're going to give Clipper a run. Why not?
M330s, those are going through those holes up there. Once again.
I support Clipper on Patreon, so why not give it a try? Yes, I had a failed, or I forgot to print a part. So I'm sidetracked, so I jumped ahead a bit so I can still get some stuff done while it's reprinting. Welcome to
I'm still staying on track.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to stand cam.
You know what we should do and be super nice dudes is we got 124 watching. We should find a link to Steve's stream and send people there.
Yeah. Because I think it's his time, isn't it? Well, it's 1 o'clock. Yeah, that'd be his time. Yeah, so he should be starting up soon.
If I can find it.
Find his stream. Twitch, they would call that shout outs.
Yeah. Yes, he is live.
And I'll be honest, I don't mind Twitch, but you know what I don't like about Twitch? Is that it is entirely a money motivator.
Yeah.
I mean, the entire system is set up that you are supposed to be just spending money. You pretty much can't get in there unless you're spending money. And they encourage their host to sit there the whole time doing nothing but kind of whoring for money.
This one, I don't know if he's got dual feeds or whatever, but this one appears to be on YouTube. So
yeah, he's doing a YouTube thing, which I appreciate, which is good. I was just making commentary on other stuff.
Yeah.
Just not a fan of it. I mean, I'm on it all the time, but I mean, I just don't like that system.
I'm taunting him right now. There we go. There you go. There is a link to Steve's live stream. You can go head over there and watch him do Voron stuff as well, because he deserves the share because he's been very handy in our chat the last 2 days.
Well, he was also heavy in helping with the development of this kit with LDO.
Yes. Tom Llama is here. Llama Loops.
So he knows all the finer details of the situation. Remember how we were missing the 5mm Allen wrench?
Yes.
I was talking to Jason last night, and Steve had already put it on the list of things that have got to get put in the final production one.
Cool.
Which, in case you haven't known, everything we say on this stream will be evaluated by LDO and their engineers to decide what they will do.
I mean, people are going to listen to what we say?
It's crazy! Lies! It's funny. They skip right over all that stuff.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, something that I should have done that that makes me happy inside and would probably irritate folks, but like all the printed brackets that are underneath the printer, I should have printed them like hot pink or neon green or something, just so it's kind of a hidden, it's like an Easter egg in there.
That would be just cruel. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. The LDO Switchwire, I see where they're doing all that stuff. They didn't put anything for how to mount that PCB, but I'm going to assume that it needs standoffs.
Yeah, I noticed there wasn't anything in there about that PCB.
Yeah, they do mention it. Oh, there it is. Image to be determined. But they do mention that the vent that or the side cover that goes with that, there's a spacer in it. They got printed at the same time with a little side cover. I don't care what anybody says. I like drilling. They can complain all they want. I just like to drill. All right. And it's my body. I'll cry if I want to. All right. Where's that cover? Because everyone liked the gold cover. Let's make sure I'm not nuts. Yeah, I think that is exactly how it's supposed to go down. Where did it all go?
Llama wants random colored extrusions with random colored printed parts, and he'll call it the randomizer.
Oh, come on, you could have called it Rando.
The rando.
I swore I had the spacers and stuff.
I like this little Wago holder part. That's a really nice fit.
It's like somebody thought about stuff.
Yeah. There's nothing more satisfying than when they snap in there like that.
That's where you get the. That's where you're like 4 engineers deep into a project. You know, and then the layers make it worth it.
Yeah.
All right. Almost got my little spacers here. There we go. All right. Now those spacers are, where's my calipers, just to make sure I know what I'm talking about. They're 12 millimeters, so I need like 3/16 should handle it. So 2 of those bad boys. That works for me. Now I'll mount the PCB to the side of the tool head. And it was, I'll admit, it's nice that LDO is including the PCB as part of the build, because it is not actually included. I mean, it's not part of the standard build. It's just a community add-on that is extremely popular.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So.
Well, there's one underneath. There's a PCB to go underneath, and it has a little holder, but I'm guessing that holder is probably supposed to be double-sided taped onto the bottom or something like that.
I think so, because I don't know. We did not get the LED strip sets as mentioned in the LDO documentation. So
okay.
Those parts are, I think we got some extra parts that we're dealing with.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's see if that spacer makes it do what it's supposed to do. No, that spacer is not making it do what it's supposed to do. So those spacers are not part of this build. I guess the spacer is going to be on the front side, which is fine. But that means that I need a really short M3 socket head. What's the shortest one that they got left here?
Uh-oh. We're headed for a Clipper Marlin meltdown here.
Oh, are people arguing already?
Scott had asked a legitimate question. He said, how does Clipper manage to not have bugs? And somebody came back with superior code. and then now we're off and running.
Wow. It's going to be that type of Sunday. That we're going to do on Sunday, fight? You know what? I don't like that. There's got to be a spacer. I don't like that. All right, so I see my first problem here.
Okay.
Mounting the PCB onto the side of the head.
Uh-huh.
If you mount it flush like you're supposed to, because there's no spacers or anything else here, it is going to come in direct contact with the metal sides of the motor.
Ooh.
So in order to prevent that, I am going to put VHB on the back side to protect the world from that. That will be my insulating washer for that, but I can imagine that they should just make a 3D printed like shield. But yeah, that could be a problem. And I didn't see the LDO mention it anywhere other than the spacer for the front side. But the back side, it would be just as much of an issue. And literally the connectors on their primary header are directly touching the board. So that's definitely got to go away.
Here comes John Clark. If you want superior code, then you should be using RRF.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's exactly what I have my feeling. Like, oh God.
Like, oh, that's what we're doing today. We're fighting.
We've Dave and I have talked about this a million times. Like the video that I finally do a shootout with all of the firmwares that broke the internet.
You just want to ruin it. You're just ruining the world for everybody else.
Burn firmware. There's some aspects of it that would be pretty interesting, but you know I would catch so much heat for that.
Oh, your life would be over.
I try to say things as nice as possible. Honestly, I do. I try to put a good spin on everything.
But then you wake up in the morning and here we are.
Yep. Yep.
All right. There's my XN stop plug. Okay, that makes sense if it goes that way, hopefully. And then automatic bed leveling. It's going to do that.
Yeah, make 3 printers and run different code on each. That would be a massive ordeal. I mean, that would take me a long time to get done, and all of that. You'd have to have similar printers, or it wouldn't work out very, very well. But it would be really cool to see all the differences. I was thinking about this too, and I was going to talk. I was going to bring it up as conversation today. But so some of this printer, like there's a few pieces that I saw mentioned somewhere that like if you had a Prusa printer, that would save you some money because you could use some of the parts from it, right?
Yep.
But really, not much, right? Or am I missing something? The carriage, the
The
bed,
carriage, the bed.
You can
the
use
feet.
the hot end, I guess.
And you can use the motors.
Motors, yeah, but not the leads. I mean, those are integrated lead screw motors.
Yeah, you only need that for the Z, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't need the Z lead screws anymore.
But you'd have to add an additional run, right? So you have
you got X and Y. Yeah, there would be one more motor you would need. You would need one more motor.
Well, you could use the extruder. You could probably get away with the extruder and then buying a pancake.
Yeah, there you go. Use the extruder and then put the pancake on there and call it a day.
So there's a few parts there, but I don't know. I would just keep the Prusa to print your parts with and then buy a handful of extra parts. Chris Travis is here. Hello. Yeah, and that's the problem with Scott was saying, you'd have to use all the firmwares to be able to tell the difference. And you would have to have a very rigorous set of tests. But yeah, and you'd have to have the same hardware. Oh no.
There'd be a lot of arguing.
Yeah. I would have to sit down with a panel. We'd have to do a Zoom call panel and get all of the views on how that would actually be done.
Oh God. Get all the repo managers from all the individual products.
There you go.
Just get a cage and call it a day. Put them in there and call it a day.
I was gonna say we should just host a wrestling match. That end it right there.
You know, I mean, Scott's kind of scraggly, so I mean, he could probably go to town on some of these guys.
Well, he's a scrapper. You can just tell.
Oh yeah. He take you down a notch. I am not going to argue with that. I wouldn't take him on.
Nope.
I value my life. Alrighty, that does need to come out. There's a bigger spacer involved here. Was there spacers? Is there any spacers that I'm missing? Let me go look at the pictures.
He's on the fence about going to Clipper, and that's the thing. It's like, and RepRap is the same way. I'm so used to Marlin from all the years of doing it, so it's not a big deal to me. And there's always a lot of feature add to Marlin. You know, there's always somebody putting in something else, which is pretty cool. But it's more the case that I've just been with it a long time. RRF, a lot of people will argue, but RepRap, RRF, the same thing, by the way, if I'm confusing folks. But that has changed a lot in the last year or so. It used to be you stayed away from it. So it started as one thing, then Duet came on board and it became another thing. And now it's different because there are more boards that utilize it. And you're starting to see people configure menus for screens more, things like that. So now it's more, I would say, more mainstream than ever to use RepRap. So that's one thing you have to consider. But then Clipper, it's a different animal. But if you learned that way, or if you're of a programming nature, like you're comfortable with Linux shell and you're already using Octoprint or something like that, Clipper's probably the way to go because you can change it on the fly, and that's pretty cool. So it's to each their own. There's only really one firmware that I stay away from, out of the ones that are still alive and around, and that's Repetier. I believe they still are doing stuff with that, but I haven't really been up to date on it.
They technically exist.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna live with that. That'll be fine in this case. Just PC back on. When we did our Hotend assembly, we should have done all the wiring for the Hotend components. Looking back at the LDO documentation.
We should. Oh yeah, we should have done we should have put all that stuff in there first.
Yep.
That would have probably made it a little bit easier.
Because there's going to be a lot of bending over, like I can't reach it. Ah.
Yeah. I'm trying to decide which length of cable chain will go where. I'm guessing the longest one is for Z.
Well, there's a X, and then there's a Z, and then there's also a Y. Isn't there 3 pieces in there?
Yeah, and they're all different lengths. So I'm guessing Z long, Y medium, X short, right?
That seems reasonable. But when's the last time you and I have ever been reasonable?
Not today.
Yep. And you know what? We can't get the heaters into that unless we're taking it all apart again because you can't get the heaters or the thermistor into the Hotend.
It's not possible.
Yep. The fan gets in the way.
Well, that's good. I've only got a little bit of it built, so.
So what you're saying is that I've been doing all this work to get ahead of you, and you just sat there all quiet like.
Canary in the coal mine, Dave. Yeah, Scott, we've talked about that step D before, and I do want to test that, but I'd like to test it on a Delta. And I know because it's available for Cartesian right now. I didn't know if they made any updates to that or not. I even have the rig and everything all ready to go to compare step D to Clipper. I think that would be a very interesting shootout. Just that part of it. I don't have to go into all the details about print quality and all that good stuff. But
Oh man, that's not good. We gotta go way, way back. Way back. That's okay. Putting it back together the second time, I'll be able to go faster.
well, now you got everything all drilled out.
I'm prepared. I was just training myself.
That's right. All right, Scott, we'll do. Yeah, I want to line that up for step D. We'll see what we can come up with. So it's talking about charging a premium for Repetier. Yeah, the server part, where the Octoprint like thing. Yes, it's still I think it's still like a monthly thing. I don't remember how much it is though. Astroprint is still around too, I believe.
I know, right?
So that PCB goes on the right side of the hot end carriage, correct?
That is what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Let's see. Will that fit in there now? No, that means I really, really got to take this apart. I keep like going, maybe, nope. Maybe, nope.
Maybe? No. They do include a little collar for a thermistor. Like, I guess maybe if you had a beaded one you needed to use it for.
I'm guessing. That wouldn't be unheard of. All right, let's keep this coming out.
Oh, Astroprint Touch is now free. I did not know that. Yeah, Repetier can shift gears and make print farm management. That would probably be in their best interest, but and then Scott goes on to say if Prusa doesn't release theirs for free, which I think that's the intent.
Well, one way to win is to saturate the market with free.
Yeah. We do like free.
But people tend to forget that free still costs you.
It does. But that doesn't matter at the time. It's still free.
I'm reminded of a very important patriotic movie where its theme song was "Freedom Isn't Free." It's a very serious movie. It had puppets.
Oh, God. Yeah.
You didn't think I would go there. I went there.
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
It is kind of funny. I mean, you can take anything that those two guys come up with and just kind of, you cringe bringing it up.
Pretty much. Yeah, everything they've ever done. Pretty much, yes.
But you're like, really? We should go watch that. I mean, it was fun. I got to go see Book of Mormons on Broadway.
Yeah.
And that is about as Matt Stone, Trey Parker as you can get. It's amazing.
My wife went to see it. She said it was pretty good.
You know. It's nothing better when you see on stage a giant Starbucks coffee dancing with Yoda. That makes you really think about things.
Yeah, there you go.
And then the hobbits interrupt them, and I am not kidding. That's a real scene.
Hilarious.
And all you can do is just sit there and go, okay, that we're going to do today.
Tom Lama is off topic, but he says he ordered toilet paper because it was $5 less on Amazon, and it came today, and it's lavender scented. That's no good.
It just seems like toilet paper should be the last thing you'd want to scent.
That seems like that would be the case, but
because I mean, the first time you use it, that no longer is a factor.
It's kind of like an automatic negative. I don't know.
It's like, ooh, just be sure to smell only the new version. Don't if it's been used already, don't touch it. All right.
Where should these Hotend wires run? Out the back, I guess? That's about the best
No,
way to put them.
They don't run out the back. LDO has a picture of it.
Oh,
Up the side of the air vent, there's holes for zip ties.
Oh, yep.
It's like, oh, there it is.
Yeah. No kidding. Some people just think of everything.
And then there's people like us.
I'm glad I'm glad I'm the guy that stands around and puts this stuff together and doesn't have to think about how it actually works. It's pretty good to be me, all in all.
It's good to be the king.
If you don't forget to print all the parts, well, that's just, that's just a hazard of my job.
That's a learning experience. Because you're a better person because of it now.
Well, what else was I going to do today? I mean,
go out and enjoy life.
It's scary out there.
There's people out there, and people are horrible.
Okay.
All right, now where's my heater? There it is. freedom isn't free. Cause folks like you and me, we don't chuck in our bucko 5, who will?
Oh, I got 12 minutes left on my parts.
All right. And now you're not far behind me.
That part. Keep losing my manual. There we go.
You know, back in my old life, we wouldn't call them manuals; they were called production Bibles. And I've written a couple of production Bibles for here at Printed Solid. For like how to ship a package, how to pack an enclosure, how to run the laser cutter, how to calibrate the line, stuff like that.
Really?
So that's, you know, that's a good size Bible. I'm up to about 300 pages so far. A small book.
Nice. I write a lot of documentation at work, but everybody says I'm always too wordy. I'm like, well, you want to know how it works, right?
Well, whenever I had to write documentation for the artists or the creatives in production, we called them one sheets because it was determined a long time ago that if you make anything longer than one page, that they won't read it.
Maybe that's the problem.
So yeah, we call them one sheets, and so all you ended up with is just pretty much just a picture book. That was the big part of it. It had to be pictures. So you try and do pictures on a one sheet and explain some complicated IT process to a creative. And
Not happening.
It's just that it requires a very creative person to do it. Because those creatives, man, they know how to screw stuff up.
Do you think that there would be a market for sub-assemblies, like for you to put them together and sell them? Well, that's kind of how these are designed, right, Dave? These kits?
Well, each little section is a sub-assembly.
Right.
But I don't know if there would be a market for sub-assemblies as far as like, I think he's talking like, will somebody make the toolhead and sell the toolhead?
Oh, okay.
I don't think there'd be a market for like the base sub-assemblies, but there are like user upgrades, you know, and there's like mods and aftermarket stuff. And I bet you there's a pretty decent market for that. So you make a tiny kit that's got the screws just to do that one upgrade. So like if you made one, it was just for doing slice hot ends on this, and you included all the little hardware bits. You can see companies like Bondtech do it already.
Yeah. Tom Lama says, that means you're probably done anywhere between 10 minutes and 2 hours. And now here's where I come back on Tom and tell him that, no, I'm using Prusa Slicer and it's accurate. Just saying.
I think Tom just got served.
Tom got served. That's why he wants to use Prusa Slicer so bad, because it's accurate.
I think Tom just got served some biscuits and gravy.
No, that's not bad.
I completely forgot what camera am I on right now, because I don't know if you guys are seeing me or just the bench.
We've got kind of the side view.
Good. Okay, so you're seeing at least what I'm doing. I was going to feel bad there if you guys weren't seeing what I've been working on. And you're just staring at the empty overhead.
Michael, this is the mini V2 board that we're going to be using.
SKR3 Mini V2, right? Because then they have some other versions of the Mini.
Well, there's a billion of them. Oh, what is this one? Is Mini E3 V2 is what they call it. Yep.
There we go. Got to be careful because they keep releasing a different model every other week.
That is true. I'm getting a new one next week.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yep.
Well, at least that means they're staying on top of product development.
Yeah, it means something. I'm not sure what, but I can't say much about Big Tree Tech. They've always treated me well, and I mean, you can't beat the price. Now, QC is not. I've said it a billion times. QC is not what it should be, but how could it be, right?
Right. At that price, you can't really have QC.
Yeah.
And I've said it before. I was like, that's the only reason why I don't carry them is because that price doesn't allow for QC or aftermarket support.
It is what it is.
And since I do aftermarket support for, my companies, kind of makes it a bad scene. Nothing wrong with them, in my honest opinion. They're just a bad fit for me.
The new one looks like a gaming motherboard. It does. It's got this crazy heat sink on it. And that's the one that's coming next week. I'm interested to see what that, because the board specs really don't look any different than the last one, but it does have this crazy heat sink with it. So
it's just prettied up.
That's kind of what it looks like to me. I don't see any new added features that are really worth talking about.
Ain't nothing wrong with prettying up.
Yeah. Put some racing stripes on it. Who's winning? Well, I'm behind on a printed part, so I would say Dave's probably still ahead.
Yeah, but I made a mistake that I literally had to kind of go all the way back to right where he is now. But I'm putting it back together now, so I might pull ahead here soon. Just like any printer, I've always believed with printers, the hardest build is always the toolhead assembly.
Oh, yeah.
It's never been easy.
Ah, cable chains. Gotta love it.
They make a printer look more expensive.
They do. Makes it look like a CNC machine. Flames make it go faster. Yep, that's true. It has more than one controllable fan. I don't know that the mini, the new V3, maybe it does. Maybe it does.
That would be good.
Does the new Big Tree Tech board have a lot of addressable LEDs? I do not know. I don't know about them. I don't really remember on the mini.
There we go. I'm just schooling myself and going fast now. So yeah, it's if you ever have to replace a thermistor, whew, it's some work to get in there.
Yep, 3 controllable. So somebody, Andrew says yes, 3 controllable fans. That's cool. That's always good. WFO writer, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it might be. I've lost all track.
Good morning, good evening, good day, and good night.
Racing Stripes takes 3/10 off the quarter mile. Yes, the best thing that comes with the Big Tree Tech board is the rubber duck.
Yeah. Technically not wrong.
I enjoy it anyway.
You sit there in your tub and go, rubber ducky, he's my friend. Then Bert comes home and looks at you out of the side of his head and just goes, I have to have a roommate because I live in New York City.
I can hear my part must be close to getting done because I can hear it throttling the fan. It's got auto cool enabled.
Ah. He's getting all fancy up in there.
Oh yeah. Have you, Dave? You ever seen the Quinley, the 3DQ Quinley, where they slant the printer and they automate the? They have some software that you can just line up a bunch of prints in a queue and it just prints them and knocks them off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm using that to make some parts for a person, and like hundreds of them. But I got to using it, and their software, they've done a lot to make it better recently. I mean, it's kind of slow moving their development on it, but they like intend for you to just wipe out your start and end G code and then let their software fill in the blanks as far as knocking the print off and doing all this stuff. And it works okay, but it's super slow. Like they heat up the Hotend different time. They heat up the bed first, then the Hotend, and it's just the transition in between the cool down and all that. So I really went to work in my slicing profile and I created this really specific routine that would dance around their routine. And it shaved like 13 minutes off my part print time. I was really proud of myself.
That's always fun.
It's always a good time.
All right, I am back together with all my thermistors installed. Yay! And I think that they just made the X and stop motor leads just way too long. I was thinking he was going to change that up. I think that's what Steve was telling me. They're going to shorten up this wire. And since I'm not going to sit here and waste my time crimping it, I'm going to secretly hide it somewhere. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to secretly hide it inside the cable chain when that comes around. Nobody heard that.
Yeah. Michael says people buy from looks and not specs. Well, now that's not, I mean, maybe that is true nowadays, but I mean, I come from the land where all the all the computers were beige and it didn't matter what it looked like. You had to have a few more clock ticks,
and we all lied when we had to set the LEDs on the front.
Exactly.
We all had a 133.
My first computer, my 286, you could run, I believe it was either you could do 2 megahertz or 4 megahertz, or it was either 2 or 4 or 4 or 8, I believe. I can't remember which one, but it was quite the powerhouse.
4 megahertz.
Yeah.
You're one of those guys. I had to actually use the term mega. Mega. All right. So that is actually, you know what? I'm going to put the Hotend in first because that's got the screw terminals and I need to deal with that. They even crimped the Hotend terminals.
Oh, you mean the ferrules?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty nice. The wiring on this, I think, is like the highest value I've seen so far. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. After I started meeting and chatting with Jason, I keep trying to teach him, the curse of the China brand.
Mm-hmm.
The El Cheapo, how do you raise above that? And one of the things, I try to push on him is the quality standard. You need to be above every other quality standard out there. And talk to him about that. And then, of course, I talked to him about some other business secret stuff, so that he can keep LDO going in the right direction here. But he's really trying to build it up, or trying to make sure that brand or LDO is recognized as that brand, and not as, you know, the cheap China company, but the actual brand. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and you know, I think LDO does a good job of that.
Yeah, he's been working on that pretty hard the last couple of years here.
Yeah.
It'll take some work to get around that problem.
Okay. Hart, are you cool enough for me to tear it off the bed? Probably ought to leave it for another second.
You don't do what I do and immediately walk down and throw it in their freezer?
I should pull the plate off and toss it on the countertop, but I'm not in that big a hurry.
Yeah, I like throwing them in the freezer because, man, the parts come off so. It's not uncommon for me to literally walk back and actually find the parts off already.
Oh yeah.
They'll literally pop up in the air. That's where you get to sit there and go, oh, look at that, thermal expansion coefficient. Who would have thunk?
Science.
Science. Bill. Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Okay. So now I gotta go back to the top.
I think I'm going to do that there. And then if I do that there, do just that.
Does the kit come with enclosure? Yes, you get all the panels you need.
You are correct, sir. All right. Now let's get this all set in place.
Can we get printed solid engraving on the enclosures? Oh, like the acrylic engraving? I guess that's what he means.
All that fancy stuff.
Yeah.
So, I wish I could say his name out loud. Sarah Tech, or Sarah Etch. He's a guy who's been doing a lot of engraving work. And while, yes, technically my lasers can engrave, engraving is a bloody long process. And Sierra Tech has spent a considerable amount of time making that his business model. And I would say reach out to them if you want to do engraving. He does some beautiful engraving work, specifically of these panel sets and enclosures and even frame bars and stuff like that. It's just gorgeous work. So I'd reach out to him. Reach out to him, not to me. M330 seems way too long. I'm kind of winging it now because I'm in the parts that are not in either of the manuals. So I just have to kind of go, huh, that fits. And 316s are shorts. I think the same 325 might be all I can use. That's long. And those are shorts. You know what? I am going to go secretly steal some screws.
All right.
I know Steve has already made a little list of missing parts for LDO to take care of.
What is it? So Bob Carnes, what is it? How do you pronounce it though? Sakar 3D etching?
Yeah, thank you. That's the guy I was trying to say his name. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. He's a good guy. He offers etching and all that stuff. And what we do is that you can order from me and have it shipped directly to him. So you just change the shipping address, and he is ready to receive those. And he does that a lot.
Cool.
But yeah, I will just say that I think that he is better suited for it. And in all honesty, he's a cute little business that I think needs a little support and love. And his art is just totally worth it.
Sacred is how they pronounce it. They got me with the 3 again, like Slick 3R.
It's like, come on, guys. So no, get the go to Sacred or Sark or Sarlacc, whatever term you want to call them.
All right. My part's finally done.
That's what all the kids say. All right. My tool head is done. I'm going to turn this around just so people can see how pretty it is now. Because it's pretty like a fox.
His name is encrypted. I like that.
You know what? I'm going to put this on the floor. Bear with me. The camera's going to look a little bit ugly.
All right.
But I think it's just for the right shot. Because I do think that their extruder assemblies are just pretty. And I think it's prettier from the right side.
Let's go full screen. Looks good. And that's like Ultimaker's glass sheet, right? So it's nice smooth finish on the front of the parts.
Yep. I kind of went for that because, there's a company out there that makes powder-coated flex sheets for the Ultimaker. Their name is printedsolid.com. But there we go.
Never guessed that.
I know. Surprise! Snap that down. And there she blows. Now I gotta get the rest of the parts done. Now I'm ready for drag chains and heat beds and wiring and electronics and yada, yada, yada. But you know what? We have been going hog wild on a lot of this for a while now.
Yeah, we've been going for quite a few hours, right? Yeah, a little over 3.
I think it is time we take a coffee break.
Alrighty.
You know, because you're getting close to getting up to me, right?
Yeah, well, I've got a lot of I got all the PSU and everything mounted underneath while I was waiting, so
Yep. So you'll be
we should.
catching that, and probably by
Yeah,
the time it's done, I'll be caught back up to you on that side.
yeah, we'll be lined up here pretty quick.
So cool. All right, let's take a coffee break, and we'll be back in 5-ish.
All right, sounds good.
I'm back early. Shh, don't tell Chris. He doesn't know. So let's see. Yeah, SirachiEtch.com. Yeah, those guys. Oh, Skyrim. That hurts. That hurts. All right. But yeah, there we go. That's my curse of trying to do it live. I'm usually better when I don't have to worry about people or anything. So I want to remove this cover one last time because, once again, the documentation doesn't say it. Because it is kind of, you know, we're in extreme beta now, so a lot of stuff gets missed. But there is a LDO did provide a PCB spacer. So instead of the little VHB tape that I put on the back here, which I wasn't happy with, I was going to make a comment about, LDO actually did make a spacer for this that handles the problem. So I get to secretly fix that, and hopefully I do it before Chris comes back. Oh, he's already back, darn. So I am going to get the right screw, pull it out, and I'm going to quickly put this board back on with the right spacer on the back, just so I can say that I did it exactly by the instruction.
So we found a spacer for that PCB?
Yeah, there's actually a PCB spacer. It's this little tiny piece. Stand by. Let me switch over to that camera.
Yep.
So it's actually this tiny little piece here.
Okay, I printed one of those.
It sits on the back there, and that's what does the spacing. So you don't have to like insulate it with VHB tape or anything, and that actually, oh yeah, that fits it nice.
When I was on my way back down, Hank asked if he could come too, so he's standing next to me under the table right here.
Hi, Hank.
Everybody loves Hank.
I mean, how could you not? It's Hank.
That's right.
So I'm going to pull the stepper out because I want to run that a slightly different path.
Okay. Hank, what step we on, man?
There we go. And then I'm going to slide this over. Slide all that stuff under the covers. And then kind of hope everything lines up, because that board is still technically sliding around.
So motor wire out the right side for the extruder.
Yes.
Okay. Duff, thank you very much for the $7 for the appearance of Hank. I'd make a lot more money if I just put Hank on camera. Everybody really likes that.
You know, Hank shaking his moneymaker for you.
That's right. The only money he's ever made me.
After that, you know, he's kind of a lost leader as far as your profit model system goes, right?
Yeah, he's the slot machine that never pays off. That's okay. He makes up for it in BTUs. at night.
So that was the printer spacer. Yeah, that was missed. That was missed. But once again, that's that whole LDO documents are young, and they don't do any of this documentation in the Switchwire.
He's over there looking at the printer printing. Fortunately, it's mid-print, but if that thing kicks out a print while he's standing there, he's gonna flip.
Like, oh my God!
I could just see that coming to life on him.
Alrighty. Let's flip this sucker around. Pop that mains in. Look at that. That's gorgeous. It snapped right in. I love that sound when stuff snaps right in. Alrighty. We are now on to the electronics. So I get to dump out all the electronic stuff. One more baggie down.
Speaking of baggies, I got my new super accurate scale in the mail while I was down here. So now I can start my pharmaceutical business that I've always wanted to start.
With quotes around that, of course.
Quotes. I mean, I'm going to weigh my filament. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. I just hope by weighing it doesn't break the filament very bad.
We're going to see. I have some experiments that I'd like to run.
That's how you blow up your house.
And then the house blew up. What are you doing over there, Hank? Hank is almost 14 years old, and he doesn't see so good, and he kind of gets lost sometimes. Oh, yep. Sorry. There's a box in the way, and you couldn't possibly step over that. That would be horrible. Come on,
don't you understand? You're here to serve me.
Yeah, well, he'll stand there forever, too, and wait. If there's one little thing that he doesn't want to step around. But he just doesn't see so good. Right? It's not your fault. You got mileage on you, man. All right.
All right. M48 button heads. Beautiful. I think this is it. All right. Now to grab the power supply. Don't forget to set your power supplies to 110.
That's true. I had to switch mine over.
Everyone forgets that part. It's okay here in America, but if you're in another country and you forget to check that, that's some serious problems.
Scott Latine wants to know, Dave, what is better? Should I get an old A500 or A1000 and upgrade it with HDMI and Vampire, or just 3D print an Amiga case, PS retro filament, and stick in a Pi 4?
Ooh. The snob in me says you've got to get the 500. But here's the thing. If you get a Pi 4 and you do the whole Pi 4 retro arcade thing, you will be able to do not only the full 500, but you'll be able to also do the 1200 and get the AGA graphic set. So you'll be able to do all the AGA stuff. So there's an advantage to that. But there's also Amiga Forever. If you didn't know them, you should know them. It's $100 and it is a straight up Windows Direct emulator for Amiga, and they have every single Amiga there. And it's a whole software package they include, and it's actually got legal licenses for everything. So you won't be pirating anything. So that's like the starter start. I would sit there and just jump right past the Pi and do that. And then you do the Pi if you're going to start getting overboard.
So when you put so on page, when you're doing the clockwork, page 75, there's a little part at the top that has an insert in it, and it kind of shows it going in on the idler side of the motor. Where does that actually slide in?
Okay, so it actually, now you see the hole at the top where the idler is?
Yeah.
That's where your normal thumb screw would be in this configuration.
Right.
The thumb screw goes through and connects to that little piece, which is just sitting in there. So technically, I literally just kind of slide it, hang it in there, put in the idler arm, and then you'll put in the latch arm on top of that.
Okay. Well, maybe I get the idler on there. It makes more sense.
So, well, no, you need to put that little piece in before you put the idler on, because you won't be able to slide it around it.
Right.
So just let it sit in there, and it just rattles around.
Okay, I can do that.
It'll make sense later.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Because there's a top arm that goes in there as well. Remember I told you they kind of skipped over a few chapters? There's a top arm that goes on the clockwork where it actually pulls that top little piece back and makes tension.
Okay. Yeah, because they kind of there is nothing on how to put this thing together in between those pages.
Yeah, so there are other manuals that talk about the clockwork assembly. In fact, I tell you what, I am going to stop what I'm doing and go and see if I can find where that manual is.
Well, I mean, I can pull up one of the other ones from GitHub.
So that's their M4, their documentation.
Oh, this I'm looking at the one for the 2.4 build. That thing is a serious build.
Oh yeah. Well, don't forget the build plate's completely fixed on that one.
Build plate. Will Switchwire set in the middle in between log and orange juice? I don't know. We'll have to find out.
So yeah, the Afterburner, there is no build log on that.
And I guess I could make some guesses.
They're educated guesses, so I think you'll be fine. Just kind of follow that, and you'll be able to figure out the other guesses. I kind of gave you your one hint, but there doesn't seem to be any documentation on the actual Afterburner for doing the clockwork part.
Okay. Ooh, do they actually have screws going through that motor? Interesting.
Yeah, you're replacing them.
Okay.
All right, so that is there. Now I need the SKR and the Raspberry Pi 3. I'm ready for those. Yay! We're getting close. I'm onto the expensive electronics.
Sergio, he's here. Tom, the Maker Vikings here. All the kids.
All the cool kids are here.
All the cool kids.
Hanging out looking at us.
That's right.
This is the coolest I've ever been. And that's kind of sad.
Hanging around with me. That's.
I didn't say that specifically.
It
was implied, but I didn't say it specifically.
Now you're doing things like I do it. I was like, well, I didn't say that exactly. That would have been mean.
I alluded to it. M210 self-tapping. Say that's the type of screw you're supposed to use when you tap in the plastic.
Ooh. I found my favorite screw. I went to set it, put the driver in there, and it's never been cut. It's completely flat.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's the one you put on your shelf.
Yeah, that's the rare penny in the bunch. That's the Canadian quarter.
That's a lie. Canada doesn't have currency. They just share it with Monopoly.
That's not very nice. Great and terrible, like Oz. Okay. What was I doing now? Here's this. One of these, one of those. So this has to just sit in there, which makes me uncomfortable.
It'll make sense later once you put the other two pieces on that interconnect with it.
Okay. So that would go in there. And then I'm going to take a guess that goes into the other side of the insert, maybe 30 millimeter-ish. Let's see. Yep.
You have to go all the way through and connect on the back.
Good morning from Sydney, Australia. 6:30 a.m. here. Well, good morning, Jay.
That means that Jay woke up and the first thing he thought about was you and me.
Now that's 6:30 Monday, right? I always get confused what time it is in Australia.
The short answer is the further west you go, the further in the past you go.
There's that. I just need like a good picture of it. Maybe the LDO picture is. But what part actually goes on top?
All right. Look at my camera.
There you go. That's all I need. Let me see that.
So
okay, you got the island. Okay, that flip arm. That's the part that I'm trying to locate. There it is. Okay.
that's up there.
Yep.
And that'll bolt through that way. And then see that little piece there? See where that's sitting?
Yep.
It has to be inside there before you put the thumb screw on because you can't push it in.
Now I get it.
And what this arm does is it pulls back. When you push that in, it pulls back on that and creates tension.
Gotcha.
Whoops. I think I lost it. Yep, I lost my grip. So even I gotta go fix mine again. Because my little thing fell out. See? I tried to help Chris and it put me behind.
You break everything. I think I missed an insert, maybe. Or it's just hard to put through.
I think also I did, since it slipped out, I either put it in wrong. I think I put it in wrong. Because, yeah, I can't slide that underneath. And that means that I have to get to that screw. Yep. All right, looks like I'm backtracking again. I screwed up that. I didn't get it all the way underneath the arm the first time. So I didn't get it underneath the arm the first time, and that's what got me screwed up. I think it's not so bad, though. I think it's just 4 screws this time.
Does that mean content in the future will be just about Vorons? I can speak for myself that no. I have no intentions of going all Voron all the time. But I did want to give it the old college try. It's a cool looking machine. I can say that so far. The fancy purple extrusion definitely helps.
That way, you know, you can at least say, I've done a Voron.
Yeah, I did that once.
There we go. Now I caught it. I thought I caught it last time, but I guess I didn't.
Page 69 and the 2.4 manual is a good place for clockwork. Okay.
Good to know. There we go. That's how that should feel. There we go. That's where I screwed up. All right. It slid back in there correct. Come on. There we go. That's how it's supposed to react. That is a little tight. What did I miss? What did I miss? think I'm too tight still. I think I need to replace that part.
Now I see.
See, that's how it's supposed to behave. Correct.
Hank is back again. What'd you find out there, Hank? I have a walkout door on the other side of the basement, so I just leave it open and he makes trips in for visits.
There we go. There. It's a little stuck when I started, but that is a heavy tension thing.
What's up, buddy? How's life?
There we go. I knew I wasn't a complete loser. I mean, I'm partially one, but not completely. All right. Put that back on.
Oh, we were still full screen. Sorry, guys. There we go.
Oh, was it? They staring real hard at me fixing my mistakes?
There you go. There was the timing I was waiting for. That thing just kicked out a part. Now he's over there investigating. What happened? What is this? Things are moving on their own.
My world!
I'm just a simple caveman lawyer. I don't understand your ways. There's a blast from the past.
There we go. So yeah, let's make sure that that actually acts like it's supposed to. That's all free. Yeah, there we go. Now it's flowing. It's up, it's loose. You feed your filament in. You snap it down. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay. Back to where I was.
Hank, come over here. We messed up the camera. They missed seeing you. Come over here. Hank.
So that, yeah, my little idler slipped through the wrong way, and I just had to slide it back into its hole.
Are you on camera? You are a little bit. There you go. How you doing? He's like, what? I was doing something. There you go. You've been on camera now. The people got what they came for.
Now he's waiting for his royalty check.
That's right. Just like everybody else, he's always got his hand out. Where's my money?
Pay me! That's the annoying part of business. Every day you wake up, you end up spending more than you make.
That's not how it's supposed to work.
I know, right?
There you go.
Well, I have the horrible thing of, since Matt left, I have been aggressively trying to grow the business.
Yeah.
And I mean, every cent goes back into the place to keep it going. So when Matt left, David kicked everything into overdrive and started spending extra money and wasting all his time, stressing, getting more gray hair.
I know that.
So now he's full of the grays. And someday I'm going to get a paycheck. I just know it. Someday.
Well, we appreciate all you're doing, Dave.
You better.
You better. Or you'll pay.
Better. You better. You'll pay more.
You want Jesse to stay $19 a spool? Then you'll obey.
You know, Jesse doesn't eat unless I sell 40 spools an hour, right? So you not buying Jesse filament means she starves.
Taking food right out of that dog's mouth. Does Jesse come and hang out at the shop with you?
She did in the early days, not anymore. She is a very old dog now.
Yeah.
And she has lost control of her functions, bodily functions. So the entire house at home, unfortunately, you know, she is not an outdoor dog, but she is not a cage dog. So my entire house is nothing but pee pads, and I go home and wash pee pads every single night.
Oh, I feel for you, man. It's hard when they get old.
So, you know, I love her to death. She's great. She used to be able to sleep in the bed next to me, but we've had to stop that because she pees in her sleep, and I would wake up and be like, "Why is my leg is wet?"
poor little girl.
And then, you know, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm out there changing sheets and comforters and washing them. My water bill goes through the roof just because of all that cleaning.
Yeah.
You know. She's worth it, though.
Yeah. Why do they have to get old? I hate it.
You are correct. They should not get old. That sucks.
That one's tight.
All right. I'm going to stand my end up. Let's see. Where do they want me to be? Trying to figure out what's the front, what's the back. There's the back. Back is going to be facing up. So now I'm working on electronics. And I'm just going to stand the printer. Just like that. We're going to work like that. Good times.
Gotcha. Well, it's kind of a nifty little extruder thingy.
Isn't it an interesting way to catch things?
Yeah, kinda.
It's very interesting. It's very unique. All right, I think M58s, because once again, I don't talk about it in the instructions, I don't think. Let me verify. Nope, they're using M510s is what it says in the instructions.
Yeah, opposite side. Gotcha.
Where's the M510? There they are. If they were a snake, they would have bit me. All right. Now, according to, that is butt all the way up against there. That's good. It's all about trying to stitch together LDO and Voron stuff.
Yeah. It's all about finding the right length of screw. M330. I think I'm out. I am out of M320s. Yes.
You might, yeah. I ran short one too, and Steve did mention that to me last night.
Okay.
He's like, I think there was M320s and M325s that the kit was a little bit short, and then it's already been noted for the actual production.
Okay. Excellent.
But M320s and 25s, you should have like 8 pounds of those sitting around on you.
I do, fortunately.
All right, everything's held in by M510s, and it just depends on where it's being held in at. So I'm just going to follow the instructions and just mount the stuff wherever I feel like mounting at it.
When do you do a 2-4 build? Well, I guess if LDO comes back and says, you did a great job on that Switchwire, you should do the 2-4 when it comes out. I guess that's when we'll do it.
Like, that is when it will happen.
That's right. I just got to keep on Jason's good side, and he'll keep them coming.
That's right. I expect the 2-4 build as well, and that should be fun.
Yeah, that looks like a monster.
That'll be the next kit from LDO will be the 2-4. Then there will be the Trident after that. And the 2-4 I'm looking forward to. That's the one I haven't built yet, and the way that sucker is built, you're kind of sitting there the whole time going, really? Because it's a Core XY, but the entire gantry goes up and down. So imagine if a rail core, the bed was stationary.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a heck of a system. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that's quite the operation to move around.
That is a lot of work. And it's kind of meant to scale too, so it's very easy to scale up. Trying real hard to literally match the image.
So what'd you end up with on the length of your PTFE tube about the top of that part? Because I think mine's going to have to be a little shorter than that.
Yeah, mine was a little bit shorter too. I saw
Okay.
10, and then I trimmed off like a millimeter here and a millimeter there.
What you need, buddy? Do you need to go back upstairs? He says, well, I don't need to, but that's where the couch is, so...
So we'll put the Raspberry Pi down there. And the Raspberry Pi is still M510s. All right. I'm putting all the stuff from the book in the right places, and then I'll go back and do the LDO stuff. All right. And that's going to 30-30, so I can use my 30-30 screws. And it is going to go pretty much right up against that. They kind of eyeball, they don't, have like well-defined marks of exactly where everything's supposed to be, so I'm literally just using the image.
Yeah, that's what I did. The LDO image was very helpful.
So even if you buy someone else's kit or a knockoff or anything like that, you're probably going to still have to come and use LDO stuff. Ooh, I think this is going to look really nice because I didn't really think about it, but having the red panel on the bottom really kind of sexies it up.
Yeah, I like
So
that.
even
That
even the
bottom
underside, yeah, even the underside is going to be Iron Man.
Everything Iron Man. Oh, you're just
Lie
gonna lay right down
Iron
there,
Man.
huh? All right.
So the SKR Mini seems to just kind of be right, slightly evenly spaced right in the middle of the other two people. Evenly spaced right in the middle of the other two.
Hank, get me a 25 millimeter screw. Stat.
Like, go!
Go. Fetch it. Go, boy.
What? The 25 millimeter screw fell down the well?
That's right. Probably on a daily basis. I ask him if he'll go get me some more coffee. Hey, Hank, give me some more coffee, would you?
Someday.
So keep asking. Someday it'll happen.
Someday the magic will happen. And that day you're going to be sitting there and you'll be like, what the heck?
But the sad part is I've been asking that for 14 years, so I probably won't even notice that it happened. I'm like, oh, thanks.
And then Hank will be sitting there going, dude, seriously.
Did you not
Do you
just see
have
what I
any
did?
idea?
I don't even have any thumbs, you jerk.
Not even a thank you.
Not even a thank you.
You know what's funny? They give you one long piece of the wire track, but then they tell you to use a short piece as well. And so they want me to cut it. But if I cut that much off, yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah, I didn't get to the wire track part.
I mean, you got to make it pretty. If it ain't pretty, you'll never get a serial number from the Voron guys.
Oh, that's right. That's a thing, isn't it?
That's a thing. If you don't make it pretty, you ain't getting a number. And then your whole life will be for naught.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do. So your hot in fan wire, did you just kind of just stick it to the right and then just kind of snake it over to the right and then put it up to the
There's
PCB?
actually there's a path to take it up across the parts blowing fan and then out the side with that same one. And it'll come right out right into where it needs to be.
Perfect. Gotcha.
All right, so that's going to go there, and that'll just give everybody a pretty space to be. And then this one will go. Oh, wow, they put that one right on top of the 3030. Look at that.
Does the serial number make it print better? I'm sure it does.
Well, statistically, sure.
And that's how serial numbers work, right? If they give me a serial number, that means it's under warranty, right?
Yeah.
I can drop it off of my local Voron center. Scott says, nice undercarriage. You don't hear that every day.
Yeah, sadly I do. And I guess it's just the places I go.
Uh-oh, Hank, now you're going to freak out. Yep. Let me go. Shut that door.
Alrighty, let's get this going. I'm going to just do everything the Dave way at this point. And start working my way back on everything. Now there should be a, there's got to at least be one or two more PCBs somewhere that would, probably in one of the tool bag or one of the cable bags, because you know there's a single cable that runs all the way up from the tool head down to us, to the bottom, and so that means that we need to have something that breaks it back out into connectors we can use. Well, no, maybe not, because there would be a way to technically. I'm gonna have to look at the cable closer and see what they did. Stop talking out my butt and just actually look at it. Come on. Come on, little screw. You can get out of there. Oh, darn it. The screw literally slid right into the extrusion at just the right angle to be annoying.
So that's pretty much it. It's no Iron Man build, but
there's my cable tray there. It's pretty.
I like my scheme with my purple and my monochrome. I think it looks pretty good.
That's a good one. All right, little VHB tape for that last little cable tray.
It's the Prince build, that's right. So PCB, there's a little plastic part. I do have one of those. Here it is. Here's my PCB. And it just kind of goes across.
On the back, just a space between the two bowl holes that hold it on.
Gotcha.
And that it's the proper spacer for that.
And looks like a 16-pin plug that goes towards the back or towards the front.
Towards the it's towards the back of the printer.
Gotcha.
Oh no, they did include the LED kit. There's a whole bag just for LED.
Sweet. Maybe we should. I know that we've taken a long time this weekend on this already, but maybe we should get the firmware and get these things up and printing, and then come back and do a fancy it up type of stream.
Well, or you could jump over on the firmware while I'm still sitting here figuring this part out.
Could. I still got a little ways to go here.
So yeah, that's what I'd say is kind of get to where you feel good with that, and I'm going to sit here and keep doing what I'm doing.
Well, I was thinking like for light kits and enclosures and all that good stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh no, enclosure I don't see us getting to.
No.
But there's some PCBs for the light kit and things like, you know what, we could probably skip that light kit. I think that's fancy talk right now. But we'll keep playing here. I got my power connectors here. I got my PCB. Pretty much I just want the bottom to look exactly like LDO has theirs.
Yeah, and you went for that PCB. You just went tape, right?
It will be tape. I'm working on it now.
Okay.
Well, there was a LDO printed part, the one that had the LDO logo on it.
Yep, I got that one.
That is what their PCB breakout board goes to.
All right.
And then you use the self-tapping screws to put that on.
I did notice all the self-tappers were 10 millimeters too, and that's about 2 millimeters too long for some of those. So I don't know if
Yeah,
like
they poked out the back.
Yeah, a spacer or something might be good.
They just put in a shorter screw. That's what they should do. Because they're trying to make it so that if you do the neat wiring on this bottom, you shouldn't have any problem with cables getting caught on anything or hanging down.
Hotend TH.
TH0 is thermistor 0. The heater is the only thing that actually has a terminal block on it.
Yeah, they give you mucho extruder motor wire.
Yeah, that Steve was saying that they're going to shorten that up. My plan is I pulled it back out through the back, and I'm going to hide it in the drag chain.
Excellent.
That way, no one will ever know.
No one ever know.
Because no one's going to watch this far into the stream ever again.
Never. If you're not here right now, you'll never see that part.
That's right.
Somebody already left a comment that said 7 hours is a little long, and my reply to that is, "You're telling me."
And that's the reason they're going. But we're having so much fun.
I'm enjoying it, but I'm also the one that is building, so.
You know. I'm enjoying it because I get to hang out with you.
Yeah. Buddies forever.
3D printing buddies and me.
That's right. There should be a stuffed animal. 3D printing buddy. When you get frustrated, he takes all your beat downs. That's terrible. Okay.
There's a satire video that has to be made now.
Everything's fine. Then a nozzle jam, and then somebody turns into the Hulk. Rage!
Now I'm thinking of that My Buddy and Me commercial from the 80s.
Yeah.
Just somebody riding around with a 3D printer, a stuffed 3D printer.
One of the little tiny cubes that's enclosed, just throwing it up into the air. That's an interesting image.
No one ever said I was normal. They all look at me and go, "You're weird." And I go, "Yes, that's the plan. I'm awkward."
Print it forward. A program to print Vorons by Vorons. That's a thing.
Yes,
huh?
That is a thing. I'm just not fond of that idea because then that means that those people that are doing that don't have a 3D printer or don't have the skill set to print ABS or PETG.
Well,
and I would say that those are two requirements to building a Voron.
And you know how things like that goes for some folks. And I'm kind of a finisher. I can't let things go long enough to not finish a project. But I know a lot of hobbyists that's the struggle, and the struggle is real. It's like I start a lot of stuff and I never finish a lot of stuff. So I don't want that to deter people from 3D printing. That's for sure.
Yes. Oh, wait, where's my Waigu mount? There it is. Clean out that hole real quick. And they want 3 Waigus on that. dos, tres, cuatro. Cinco de Mayo. There is one more Wagyu that was in another bag all by itself. I could have swore. There it is. So if you didn't know, way back in the day, on the Titanic, the Mexican government, unfortunately, they had kind of gotten a taste for mayonnaise down there in Mexico, and they had to order it, and they got it, and it was coming to them on the Titanic. And unfortunately, the Titanic sank on May the 5th. And so every single year, the entire Mexican government has a remembrance day for that, and it's called Cinco de Mayo.
That's a pretty obscure one there, Dave.
Yes.
I like it, but it cracks me up.
I'm pretty sure that like half the people that are watching this are like, I know this joke. This is one of those stupid dad jokes. And I go, yes, it is.
Dad jokes.
And I'm not a dad. But I'm telling dad jokes, which means there might be an illegitimate son of mine out there somewhere. That could be a problem. All right, let me roll this in.
When does a joke become a dad joke? That's a good question.
Usually on prom night.
Dave.
Yep.
I wish I had my stream deck, because that is totally due for a sound effect.
Little drum playing to them. Boom.
That's right. Yikes. When people roll their eyes instead of laughing, that's also a good indicator. Yeah. Oh, there's actually that in itself is a dad joke. I like that. When does a joke become a dad joke? When the punchline is apparent.
There you go. That's the eye roller. That's the dad joke.
That's right.
All right. Come on. Wiggle over just a little bit. Oh, that was too far. I will say this. This definitely is a ball Allen wrench type of build.
It is.
You won't get away with regular Allen wrenches on this build. There's some angles in here that just you could never do it. Or if you did, you'd just be failing for the next 6 months. You take longer than we are right now. But all right, Now, the last little thing they want me to mount is the fan. You want to know something about this whole build?
Yes.
That's my biggest fan. Yeah, I just said that joke.
Okay, so I've got on the Voron manual, I'm all the way down to LCD territory, and I think my print is probably done over there. But I do have a few things from the LDO side that I still need to work up.
I'm on the LDO stuff now.
I know I need to put that PCB in under there.
There we go. Fan is mounted. All right. I think that's going to look better if I do that.
So what'd you end up doing with that wire spine? You just cut it down a little bit, or does it fit?
Oh, you cut it into two pieces, and that's what they sent you one piece.
Okay.
That you cut down to size. And then it's fine. All right, now I'm going to go back to the wiring guide, and we're going to get to work. All right, the Y cable chain is the shortest of the three chains.
Let's see. I use the X as the shortest one on X.
In LDO's documentation, they just said the shortest goes on Y.
All right. That might bite me then. They all seem to be full range, but maybe the wire length is going to hurt me.
Yep. All right, so I need to find the heat bed stuff, and so this is just for the heat bed, so I need to go find that cable. Oh, that's right. I think it's all with this heat bed here, isn't it?
What did you cut this strip with?
Just my diagonal cutters. It literally just cracks right along the line.
Okay.
It wasn't fancy. No siree. But there we go. It must be here. There we go. Bed heater. Bed thermistor. Bed thermi. I do appreciate that they did, these are open link chains, so if you have a hard time or if the connector's too big, you're able to open up the links on these.
That is nice.
But I kind of take it as a personal goal to never open up the links if I can avoid it. I try to be all slick and guide it all the way through. There's a sense of accomplishment when you do that. It's what makes life truly worth living. There we go. So it should only be those two wires, if I'm correct, Jeff, for that one. So thermistor, All right, now the Y carriage. And then just mount it like you would expect. And that's probably just some, that's going to be the flat headers. Now they're working on the carriages, so I'm going to flip it back up and start working on the carriages again, because I'm pretty sure we're at that stage for this. And then I'll go back underneath for the wiring. All right. Now, logically, the chain bends like that. So it looks like I'm going to have to turn one of these, aren't I?
Yeah, I had to flip some of the ends around. It's kind of a mix and match.
Yep, so I'm going to have to flip one side around a little bit. That's no big deal. They didn't mention it in the book. I thought that was kind of a surprise.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a few textual things missing in the documentation. I'm sure they'll get it.
And LDO shows those motors
Which motors?
shows the motors up top with the connector facing in. I don't think it's going to matter a whole lot, but
Yeah, I saw that too, and I'm like, okay. I don't mind it facing up.
yeah, I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Society will learn to live without it. All right. Now it's time to get to the drag chain. Let's make sure I got the right ends on the right side. Because that's annoying when you do that.
So I got two shorties and a longer one.
All right, got my flathead screws here. That's what I'm going to use to attach the drag chain.
Yeah.
We're at the part of the stream where me and Chris are going in drag.
Wait, what? No.
I am going to say this. I am enjoying this thoroughly.
It's good stuff.
There we go. And I say that because, you know, nothing wrong with streaming, but, you know, when the other side of the people are kind of quiet, as it were, you know, I mean, it's text, so you really are kind of alone in the room.
Yeah.
It is kind of nice to have, you know, a voice on the other side that you're just chit-chatting with the whole time.
It definitely changes it. Well, you know, you're not left to figure things out on your own either. Like, you're trying to balance building and, you know, the
Entertainment
social aspect of the whole thing, right?
All right, so there's that one. Okay, Y chain is correct.
Makes the time go by faster, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. So this one's a little longer.
There we go. And those connectors are there. I'm going to slide these connectors underneath. Cables go down the hole.
That is a show I haven't seen in 20 years.
Didn't they try to make a comeback or something?
I know, like somebody was telling me Animaniacs did. I don't remember if that was on there or there was Tiny Toons as well. I don't know if they redid that one or not. Animaniacs was a good show. I was a little older when it was on, but it was still funny.
Well, if you go back and watch it now, there's some very serious, mature stuff in there.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to assume that they don't mention the other two cable chase, just the Y. Gotta love that.
Yep.
So now
I used artistic license on mine.
Yeah. And that's what they call art. You stick your finger up in the air and go, art.
Art. I don't know art, but I know what I like. And this is crap. Oh, Stream Deck just freaked out.
Uh-oh. Are we dead?
No, my Stream Deck likes to go crazy once in a while. My USB actually does that. I don't know why, but I got like a hub that's really sensitive to static or something.
One of those.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. In the picture, they put that darn, they put the thermistor directly over one of the magnets on the bottom of the bed. I'm like, that's not no.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was just looking at the picture and I was going to see if they had a system.
I was gonna say the one we got that's do it yourself, right? It's you have to put it on.
All right. Where did my tapes go? I just had them like 5 seconds ago. I got my flex beds. I am looking for my little Captain tape. There it is. Captain tape.
Mitchell, yes, this is my first Voron. I would absolutely do an overview video of this thing. We'll show some prints. We'll have a nice chat. And then everybody, that's not a Voron. You should do this kit.
You failed as a human being, Chris.
That one's an easy one. But yeah, we'll have some fun with it.
Because after you build it, then you can do a review of Voron, and then you do your series of Riley hacks to it.
Riley hacks. Those are the best ones. Bend this like this.
Like, I know you said you like it this way, but I said screw that. I'm doing it this way.
You said this was good, but let's make it worse.
That's the Riley method.
All right.
Almost done putting a little thermistor on the bottom of this, and then I can mount the bed.
Don't do a Voron review. You don't need the stress of the. Yeah, Bob might be right.
But you know, Chris might have that really thick skin.
I'm so used to this stuff by now. Jeez, we just we have a policy about YouTube comments around here. We delete and move on. You know, the ones that have fair points that aren't swearing at me, I don't care. That's fine. Sounds good. Let's leave it. I appreciate input. Just don't blatantly call me an idiot, and I'll be all right with it.
If you hate me in a nice way, it's all good.
Yeah, it's fine. You can. I'm totally cool with that. Totally cool with that.
That's kind of how I look at it. I go, you hate me in a nice way? All right.
Yeah, no problems.
I accept it.
Okay, so I am ready for bed wiring.
And that's where I'm at now. Put the chain on. And this is that fun part that we all love on the Prusa builds. Trying to get the spacer and the bed and the screw. You know that part?
Yes, that's always fun. Looking forward to the reboot of Happy Tree Friends. What is that?
Oh, that is gold.
I don't think I know that one.
Oh my God. Chris, if you don't know Happy Tree Friends, I feel sorry for you.
I don't know Happy Tree Friends.
You have failed at life.
Oh,
you
man.
might as well just give up now.
Giving it up now.
Happy Tree Friends is the most wretched, absolutely horrific. You remember in the 90s they had that thing, Faces of Death?
Yeah, right. Yeah, we touched on that one yesterday. Yeah.
Imagine if they animated that.
Oh my God.
With sweet little forest characters.
That's terrible. But funny.
That, my friends, would be Happy Tree Friends.
Yep, never heard of that one. I do like that they gave you nice little patches of Captain tape, so I don't have to cut it myself.
Yeah.
It's like Faces of Death meet Ren and Stimpy.
That's a good way.
Okay.
All right. I'm doing okay. Haven't had too much stress yet with the bed spacer / screw ordeal. Where are my needle nose? I'm at that point of the build. There we go.
I need some.
You're going to have to go watch some Happy Tree Friends tonight.
I guess so. I need some bed wires.
They were in with the LED stuff for me.
There we go.
All right. Flip the printer around. Oh, it's starting to get heavy now.
That's that wire's a little light. What is that, 18?
That's a 24-volt bed wire.
I usually get carried away with wire gauge, but
And that's not too bad. I mean, if you're not sure, over.
right. I just don't want anything to get warm. Don't want that.
That's right. Everything except the bed.
That's right.
It's funny how people tend to forget, how electricity warms and why it warms, and how the heater actually works on stuff like this.
Yeah.
They forget the resistive value, and then they go, "Oh, no problem," and then they put an extension cord on it, and then thin wires, and and then 2 power strips. And then their space heater.
Yeah. I'll never forget the day that I walked into one of my buddy's houses and he had a window unit in the window with an extension cord that ran all the way across the room, and it was starting to light the carpet up. I'm like, whoa, what are you doing in here?
You were like, dude,
what is the matter with you?
You are a broken human.
Yeah.
All right. Now it's time to screw down the bed. It's starting to look like an actual printer here.
There's all kinds of wires and things underneath here that make it work. I don't know what any of it is, but it looks nice.
It's all magic. Now, an old electrician used to tell me that how everyone says it's the diodes and transistors and resistors and wiring and all this stuff that makes electronics work.
Mm-hmm.
He said that that's not true. Smoke is what makes electronics work. He firmly believed that,
Yep.
as he would say to me. And his justification was very simple. He said, you do understand that as soon as the electronics release smoke from it, it stops working. So vis-a-vis, that means the smoke is what makes it work.
That's right. I had the IBM tech that I worked with. He would come in and fix the tape drives and all that stuff. I worked with him for 20 years until he retired, but he used to tell me all the time. He's like, the magic smoke comes out really easy. It's just really hard to put it back in.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always lived by that.
All right, so the way that they're holding these terminal blocks on, it's one way to do it. I'm not going to argue too much. They're using wafer head M3/8s and nylon nuts.
Yep.
That's not a bad way to handle it.
Well, check
not amazing.
Check the printed part too that is intended to cover those, and tell me what you think about orientation for those connectors.
I would always go with straight back, in my personal opinion. I don't mind the extra depth, but I see why they're doing it. So you know what? I'm going to go out the sides. I've always gone out the back. I'm going to go out the sides.
Well, I just don't know how you're going to. I mean, we'd have to like rework a bed cover or something to make that happen.
Well, no, they include that bed cover.
They do.
That was one of the LDO prints.
Well, there you go. Oh, well, maybe that's what this is then. That must be what this is.
That was one of LDO's little custom prints.
Yeah, let me look.
My surface is a little ugly, but it was this piece here because it had all the holes for it to come out the back or the sides.
Breakout, tool, wide carriage grill, cable chain parts, heated bed, alternate part.
So yeah, they made that. They made a little bit that just had cutouts, pretty much, so they can come out sideways.
I must have missed like a plate of parts because I know I lined all these up and to send them to print. Maybe it never made it to the printer, or the printer was offline or something, and I lost track of it.
You lost track of it.
It happens.
It happens. So I am just going to go ahead and I'm going to do it out the sides. Because I've never done it out the sides before. And I bet you I can see why they're opting for that is because, remember, this one has this enclosure built into it.
Right.
And they probably were very apprehensive about having those. I mean, it's just like you see with my enclosures. People wonder why they're so darn deep.
Right. Yeah.
People were probably.
That clip in the back like that can cause a lot of problems over time.
That's right. Just slightly touching, you're screwed. People tend to forget how much their 3D printer actually moves.
I always thought that was interesting to have a counter for, like how many complete Y paths or something like that.
So that's why every time a person says they have a failed print, I'm like, statistically, it's impressive that it didn't fail. Because you got to imagine, I mean, you could have a couple thousand layers and, 5,000 extrusion and retractions, and then, you got a benchy.
Yep.
Imagine something a little bit harder. And you're expecting it, be absolute perfection.
Okay.
And then, of course, here you and I am just like, we'll throw it together.
We'll print
Let's see what happens. We're just slapping it going, good enough.
Good enough.
There we go. That's good enough. But I am going to do one little zip tie because I never trust that.
See a fan LED bed thermistor? Yes.
And now let me pull the extra in. And then I'm going to put one more zip tie there.
Were you able to successfully run your bed wires all through the chain without having to take any of the pieces off?
Yes. The secret is run the thermistor one first.
Gotcha.
Because it has the bigger connector. There we go. Stuff the extra wires in the bottom here. All right, Y bed is wired. Now I feel like I want to tackle the X bed. Or the X drag chain. And I know that that's going to go from the back. And I'm going to assume that that is the second shortest one, because that would make the most sense. And that will attach there.
Are we finally getting close to Benchy time? We still have a bunch of firmware such and such to do.
Yeah, we got a little ways to go. So I got 2 holes for mounting the drag chain mount, which is still, I think that was in my extra leftovers bag. I'm gonna open that up because I got some work to do. No, those are fine. That's the spool holder. This was to go over that stuff. I remember that. That's one of those tricky things. Let me go look at picture references one last time. Because, well, no, that would be up and down. So that would be the tallest one. So this is straight up and down in this case.
I sent for the fans at home. I was printing all the parts for this build, and I sent Dave a picture, just kind of, just somewhat teasing. I was like, "Does this look like all of them?" And of course, Dave comes back with, "Where's your spool holder?" And I can only imagine Dave could see my face at that point, going, "Spool holder."
I'm evil.
But I printed it anyway, so.
Well, yeah. How else would you be able to live with yourself?
Gotta print them all.
So let's see. I know that that's got to go there, but I'm going to guess that is because it sits into the drag chain. There's some fancy junk going on there. Let me look at the LDO leftover parts. This is just stuff that was never documented.
Print a Benchy and a Voron cube at the same time.
That's just crazy talk. The world would implode. We'd all die.
Do you know what that means?
All right, so this in theory would be that. And that would get us up and down. And that would get us right into that hole. But that means I got to get a mount out to there.
It's like crossing the streams. Exactly.
So if that went there, which is technically does fit. It seems like I need to see a good picture of the Z to understand how that chain works, and the X how to do that chain work. So I'm going to do a little research here.
I had to flip both ends on that's the way I saw it working.
Well, I can flip the ends, but I was trying to find the mount points. So like on the Z, going up and down. So like on your Z one, you're mounting on the back of the one block, but where is it attached on the bed?
So there's a little L bracket. It's one of those IGUS brackets with the two inserts, and it gets put on. You use a longer screw, and you replace the one that holds the panel on.
Okay, okay. I think that's where I got screwed up. That's where I got screwed up. So that's that one. Okay, and the X one.
Yeah, the X one has that same bracket on the back, but then you use a T-nut to hold it on the extrusion on the other side. Yeah.
Okay. That's all I was curious about, because that just seemed weird to me. All right. So I need an M5 something. There's an M516. That looks to be about 4 millimeters. That should be fine. There we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco. I see where we're going with this. Oh wait, no. That one was no, that was an M510.
Yeah, I think I used a 516.
There we go. That makes sense. That's starting to come together. I didn't see a picture of it, and I was going to start having to go look at files and all that junk. All right, so that will mount there. And then this one gets flipped over. And then now to go like that. Perfect, okay. There is my Z chain. Now my X chain. Seems like only one side of the X should have to be bent.
Correct.
Or flipped. And there we go. That way it, I'll throw this on the other side just so it gets out of my way. Okay. That looks good so far. But all the sexy guys have this adapter as well.
What's that?
It was a part that's on all the pictures. It's kind of meant to be, I'm going to go back and look at that, because it was a part meant to make it look all sexy and stuff, and it's in the gallery on the Voron design page. They were very proud of it. Oh, it's on the other end. Okay. It's on the other end and then attaches. Okay. That is to get us to the transition. So that's what goes here. And that gets us the sexy transition to going down. So that will get us, yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. Okay. Now I got my game plan.
Excellent.
That's how far ahead I try to think on stuff. It sucks. It's also why very easily I get confused, because I'm thinking that far ahead. I need to think further ahead. Go ahead.
One piece at a time.
That's right. I need to think further ahead, because this cable has to go down the drag chain. And it's really big.
Oh,
and it's, yeah.
That DIN cable?
That DIN cable. And that is going to be a real pain in the butt if I mount the drag chains and then have to open up all the individual links and then close the links and do all that while it's on the printer. So I'll run the cable ahead of time. and be like Jeopardy smart. There was a little screwdriver somewhere. I had it. It came with the kit, and I lost it. That means that I'm going to have to use one of my little screwdrivers. But that's okay. I accept that loss.
Open source index pick and place machine. No, I have not seen that.
That would be cool. I've seen those, but I didn't know there was an open source project yet.
I do love pick and place. I have no use for it whatsoever, but I really enjoy watching them work.
All right. Open up all these links. Yeah, you can see opening these links are a pain in the ass, so you can imagine trying to do this mounted.
Yeah, it might. Taking the chain off would definitely be easier. I'm surprised the Voron guys didn't come up, maybe on the other machines it'd be different, but I'm surprised the Voron guys didn't come up with some sort of crazy mechanism to help you level one of these Mark 52 beds, like some sort of, adjustment thing or something.
Right.
I could see that being right up their alley.
All right. There we go. Now that's going to mount there like that, which means that I can lay this breakout cable. The other thing I don't like is they ran the individual wires. I kind of wish they would have sleeved it. Just for aesthetics.
Exactly. I wish I needed a pick and place. That's what the probe is for. Well, yeah, technically, yes, that's what the probe is for, but you could get like super anal on this and make it super duper fat and then probe it.
I mean, technically, you'd if you were going to get anal about being flat, you'd want it to be a mechanical, not a probe. You want a mechanical probe like a BL Touch. You're going to get better repeatability out of it.
Especially with all the magnets that are dancing around.
Right. But they do make as part of the Voron stuff, you can use the Prusa probes. So if you were rebuilding a Prusa, you could at least use the probe as well. There we go. All right. That goes to there, that goes to there. Now I get to open these up. And we shouldn't have flipped them. We should have opened it and then done it and then flip it because we have to take the ends off to, they block the way. So you have to take them off again. But we are getting there. As of right now, I'm just putting both cable chains together, and then I'll mount it all just like one right after another and work my way down.
Okay, where are we going now?
As soon as I do this, then I got the two motors on the top and all my work's on the bottom. That means it'll go fast after this. I think we're getting close from power. But here's what I want to know. Out of all the people that are watching now still, who's been watching us the most? And who's been like, who was like here all day yesterday and all day today?
And it's probably somebody that doesn't chat. It's usually somebody that just leaves it on in the background and listens to us.
And the only reason I say that is because that is the person we need to worry about and make sure we never share our home addresses with. Because we're come in and hang out for 20 minutes, an hour, or something like that, and then you go back out on with your life. Because if you sat here the whole like 14 hours or whatever it is so far, I'm concerned.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely appreciate it. So
be sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, like, subscribe, do all the YouTube stuff. How did you get your DIN cable underneath? Did you actually pull the panel up?
I'm going to have to pull my panel up. I haven't gotten that far yet, but okay. I saw that on Steve's stream when he did it. He had to pull the panel back up and slide it underneath. Almost. All right. So this gets reversed and flipped over. There we go. And then this also gets reversed and flipped over. Yep. So far, so good. All right. Now I am on the right path. Because now that is mounted up there. One screw.
Ben says, but I'm thinking Chris Riley will only realize it much later after manually setting everything up. I'm not sure what that meant. But, and yes, somebody asked for a shot of what it looks like underneath, and we will get you that before we button everything up.
Yeah, it won't be long. We'll be working underneath there.
Yeah. Won't
be long. We will be working underneath there.
So did you end up pulling the chain apart to get this thing threaded?
Yeah. Okay. So I just popped off all of them, and then just I just got done putting it all back together, and now I'm putting it on the machine.
All right.
All right. First and foremost, let's see if I can reach that connector just fine. There we go. Nice and sexy. Pull out the slack because I want it to be pretty. I want everything beautiful. Because everything is beautiful.
Everything is awesome?
Everything is awesome. All right. I'm hiding my stepper motor cable and the drag chain. knowing that in production they're going to shorten this all up and fix this little.
Oh, Ben was talking about screw tilt calculate and clipper.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't saying you screwed up yet.
Yeah, you'll find it later. Ha 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 ha.
It's like, no, just keep yelling at us. If we know we screwed up, just keep yelling at us till we fix it. We aren't perfect. We're not Weird Al Yankovic. That man is a treasure.
He is a treasure.
No one is allowed to ever hurt Weird Al. If they did, they'd find themselves bludgeoned with accordions somewhere deep in the street. I was working at a cable network, and he actually came in for an interview, and he was just the nicest guy.
I've heard that.
Just a stand-up guy. All right, come on.
For a good old VH1 when that was a thing.
Yeah.
Behind the music, that was the best one. Right at the beginning, he's like, "Well, only been married once. I've never done any drugs or had an alcohol problem. I have a degree in architecture that I've never used." It's pretty funny.
It's just like the most boring behind the music you've ever saw, and you're like, "This is awesome!"
Yeah, young Al Yankovic.
I just want to make sure that that connector actually connected the way it's supposed to connect. I was wondering how many times I could say the word connector.
That's a movie I haven't seen in a while. UHF.
It's free on YouTube right now.
Nice.
All right, I think that'll be fine. All right. Trying to do all the cable management before I even get to the other cables.
Well, there's a bit of it to do, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I like pretty cables.
More of a chaos cable kind of guy.
Cables are awesome.
Cables make the dream work.
That's right. Okay. Now let's sneak this cable underneath. There it is. We are in. Chat saying anything fun? Laughing at us?
They're talking about Al. He seems like one of the better humans.
You know, if you kind of look around the world today, that's a really low bar. So, you know, that's a good thing. Oh, look at that. They want me to snip that off. Said every rabbi ever. I didn't realize that until after I said it, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's go down that pipe. Now, all right, let's try and thread that because it doesn't like me right now. The threads just don't want to go in. All right, come on, you sucker. A little bit of plastic got into one of my heat sets. I always hate that. Let's just see if I can fix it with more heat.
More heat. That's what it needs.
All right, let's see if that did it. I fell down a hole. Come on.
The first layer stream ended. You're back. I haven't seen the first layer folks in a while. Maybe the YouTube's just not showing it to me anymore.
All right. Now let's set this one. All right, that's good. There we go. Now the bottom one is set. I want to set the bottom one first because since it faces the wrong way, it was easier to loosen up the bolt, spin it my way, tighten it on there, and then deal with the top one. I try real hard to be procedural. All right. Slide that all the way over one side. Now this should easily get out of the way.
Man, some of the links in this cable chain are really tough to separate.
There's a little, if you get a little flathead screwdriver, there's a little hole for it, and I literally just stick it in there and twist. That's my trick. And then it literally just snaps up.
I think you need a little bigger one than that screwdriver.
There was a flathead, a little greeny flathead that came with the kit. That one looked like that would be a perfect size. All right. There we go. All right, give me a second. I'll leave that on there for a second while I'm getting ready for it. All right, let's snip this drag chain. Just the tip. All right, so that wants a M20 M3. So 2020 M3 roll in. There we go. That will do.
Good old Scott Latine. Good old YouTube. It's got me morbidly obsessed with flat Earth debunking videos.
Oh yeah, I watch those all the time too. They're addictive. The funny thing is, they don't really need debunking. I just love watching the responses to them. You know, I mean, because you get a smart person that's actually like knows what they're talking about, and they immediately hear it and just watch them slap their face. And then the comment section's gold because, you know, all the flat earthers come out.
Oh man.
I love that. That's just entertainment. That's it. That's what I call a good Friday night. I'll tell you, I don't know why, but for some reason, YouTube recommended to me once hoof trimming videos for cattle.
Oh yeah.
And I am watching that every single day. I got like 4 subscriptions, like 3 different trimmers out there. I have no idea why. I am so fascinated by it.
That's an unusual one, Dave. I would have never thought of that.
I'm not that guy. I've never touched a live cow in my life. But for some reason, hoof trimming videos does it for me.
That's crazy.
The machinery, they bring it in there. You know, the guy goes out to the farm and he just throws the cow in there and it pulls the foot up and he's back there trimming it. And they go, here's a white line defect. We'll curve around that and put a block on it. And, oh, look at this. And it just found a rock. And I don't know why. I just don't know.
I like it when they come in with that gate and like on the back of the truck and they put the cow in there and then they flip him over 90 degrees.
Yep.
He's just kind of hanging there on the side. Poor cow.
I don't know why, but I just watched those videos. I'm like, okay.
That's funny.
I'm cooking one of my parts because it's got a stress line on it, and I want it to be pretty. But that will finish the top half. Now I got 2 motor cables here to deal with. One is a long, one is a short. And I forgot which one was supposed to be which.
I use the long one on the left front motor. Yeah.
And is that because if we look from underneath,
the board's further away from that one?
Yep. So that one goes there.
This cable chain is killing my manicure.
See, that's the secret. I'm always manicured. You know what? I'm going to have to lift up that panel to get that to go through now. But that's okay. I can do that. That's marginal. Let's see if I can get it to go through this side. It's just, it's tight.
Steve's back. Build's going okay. We're working on some cable chains. Our pleasure to send you some viewers.
You know, like 3. We're good with that. We're okay with that.
Yeah,
you know,
sure,
that's respectable.
That's right.
It's 3 more than you had.
Got addicted to the Hornet King video as he does the removes wasp nests.
Oh, yeah.
I could see how that could be pretty satisfying.
I get that one. All right. Now, I want to pretty this up. I'm going to do the hole right.
Now LDO needs to start coming out with different colors of drag chain for these.
Oh, dear God. It's already a pain in the butt to keep up with all their different color frames. You know, the 3 different sizes on 4 different models and 8 different colors. Half my warehouse is taken up by freaking, you know, frames.
Boxes and boxes of frame.
Just because everyone wants to be a unique flower.
Well, I mean, you know, Capricorn started doing all the colors of the rainbow at Tube, so why not?
And you know what's humorous? I have all the colors of the TL.
Yeah.
Rolls and rolls of it. And it's not very popular. I'm really surprised by that. Because I'm sitting there looking at that going, oh, come on. I've seen these people in these frames and everything else wanting 16 different colors.
Yeah, I would figure they'd be all over the Tube.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it was just a little section, you know, you used it for something.
Buy a meter of it, you know, that type of thing.
Right.
There we go. That's how it's supposed to go. All right. So put that under there. Latch that in there.
Actually, I didn't intend to. I was just, you know, harassing folks on Twitter. And they were talking about Capricorn was like, guess our next color of Tube and you'll win some. And I'm like, well, if you don't have yellow, I'm sure Fun King 3D has to have that. And then it turned out to be yellow and they sent me some. So now I have like 3 meters of yellow Tube that I probably will never use.
All right. I almost got the pretty cable chain stuff on the top here. Because they make a bend to get from the Y to, or the X to the Z.
Is there anything special you did for that, or just kind of let it do its thing?
I did a thing and just used a drop-in T-nut to hold it in place.
Okay.
And it makes it pretty. That way the cable, it also helps establish the proper distance to set the X stop point.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just guessed on that. I was like, I just tried to get it away from the belt, basically.
All right. There we go. And I kind of stuck all my extra stepper motor cable in there. Okay. Now let's get the last motors to get that underneath the bed. And then I'm officially turning this thing upside down. Yeah, that hole's a little too... a little too small to do easily, so I think I'm going to have to lift up my deck panels anyway. But that's okay, it's only a couple screws.
Yeah.
It's not like the fate of the world is going to be destroyed if I don't get it just perfect.
It's a Galactus moment.
The what if moment. Some bald guy comes popping up in the air over your head, and you sit there and go, "Yep."
So what's your preferred movie? Like, are you a Star Wars, Star Trek? What's your franchise?
I am a Star Wars guy by default. So yeah, I'm definitely Star Wars.
I know.
I have nothing wrong with Star Trek. I think it's more of my mentality towards movies. So I kind of have this mentality towards movies of how do I put it without? I don't like thinkers. Yeah, I don't like thinkers.
Gotcha.
You know, and Star Trek, you know, yeah, there's the actions that they did, you know, but they try to have a story and a meaning behind it, you know, social commentary of some level or whatever. You know, I mean, sex with green aliens has a lot of important social impact, but they at least tried, you know, they wanted to say something. Star Wars said, no, we have no message. We're not trying to teach you about peace or love or your fellow man or economics and, you know, space society, yada, yada, yada. We just like shooting stuff and lightsabers.
Right.
And I say that because I kind of, movies for me are how I turn off my brain.
Right.
So, and I have to watch a movie like 6 times before I finally, you know, understand it. So that's kind of a big thing for me.
I don't like the movies where when it's over, I'm like, what just happened? I don't like David Lynch movies. It's like, don't even get me started. Like, I will never watch one of those movies ever again.
And it's kind of funny. I liked David Lynch movies when I was younger.
Yeah.
You know, you could get me with Twin Peaks any day of the week.
Well, Twin Peaks was good. I have to say that.
You know, I'd go to town on that stuff. But yeah, nowadays I've just kind of, the dumber the movie, the better, and it tends to work for me. That's why I like the Marvel movies. There is like nothing deep or emotional about that. They're just, you know, diabetes on screen.
All right, here's a look at the bottom of my printer currently and where I located everything. Now, I'm getting ready to wire the crap out of this.
That's a technical term, right?
That is a technical term.
And I am almost to that point too. I have all my wires for all my motors and my gantry. I have all my above stuff done.
I'm sure there's something else I need to do on top, but I can't think of what it is, so I'm going for the wiring.
So now it's all below. This is where the Voron guys judge you.
Where they get judgy?
Where they get judgy. This decides whether you're a good Voron builder or you're just not worthy of society. This decides. This is your moment. No pressure.
No pressure. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first person I'm disappointed. All right.
With 3D printing, you've got to make sure you put that little addendum on there because
with 3D printing,
people will assume otherwise.
Well, it happens.
I mean, they'd be right then too, but I'm just saying. I kid. Triumph the insult to Cal McDog.
I saw that on YouTube the other day, where on Conan, Triumph went to Wiener Circle with Jack McBrayer.
Mhm.
They were cussing him out. That's a great episode.
Alrighty. That is the bottom of the machine. And you know what I'm going to do? I am going to make this pretty, since everyone has been patiently sitting here listening to me just yap about crap and go horribly awry. I want to reorganize. And I am going to do my best to make the best shot ever in cinematic history of the bottom side of a Voron. I'm going to turn this slightly this way so that they are. That way they're not. I'm not in their way. They're not in my way, and everyone can see what's going down. All right. Let's see, what do we got here? There's a weird expansion. I believe that's the LED strip thing, which I'm not going to mess with tonight. And then here's all the other wires of fun.
Wires o' fun.
It's like, oh, hi, wires. All right. Their labeling is nice.
Where is their suggestion for the front fan? On a Mini, I don't think there's a lot of open spots for one.
Well, they have their breakout board. And off that board should have your connectors that go over to the SKR, right? Was there a front fan on there that I missed?
I will look. There might be.
Because that's what it's all about here.
And that's what it's all about.
It's like, hey, kids. All right. I feel pretty good about this. You know what I'd like to do?
What's that?
I want one more coffee break for myself today.
All right.
So I'm going to take a little coffee break, and then I'm going to come back and then knock out this wiring, because I think that's about where I'm at. And then that should go pretty fast.
Okay.
All right. I'll be back in 5-ish.
Okay. Excellent. We do not have a hive mind yet. All right. Wiring these boards is kind of my thing. Now, wiring them pretty is not really my thing, but I'll do what I can. Just for you all. if I can hide it in these wire looms, just hide it away from you, then it'll be better that way. Then we just won't talk about it. Now's my chance to get ahead. Go, go, go! On these, no, I don't remember on the Mini. Yeah, you have to have if you want to use sensorless homing, you have to cap a diag pin, right? And we've got an in stop for X. We do not have one for Y. And then we got a probe for Z. So I only need a cap on the Y driver, I believe. Some of us have horrible eyesight. Voron Pretty Wiring Services. That'd be worth a lot of money. Have somebody come and do that for me. Voron police will come after me. I have no doubt. I'll be kicked off their Discord before I even join. I'm terrible about joining Discords and things. I have a few, but I never check it. I never call. I never write.
All right, I am back.
Excellent.
A little more liquid courage.
Liquid courage. I was just talking about diag pins. Because so we're using sensorless homing on Y, so we'll have to cap those diag pins for that driver.
It's actually in their wiring documents that
cool.
There's a jumper to set.
Yep.
I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to follow their directions kind of to a T after that. I'm going to test out their directions and see if they're doing it right.
Cool.
So it says prepare the SKR controller as their step. And they talk about marking the red. There's that. Install a jumper on the Y diag pin.
And I found my controller fan pin, so we're good there.
So let's find that Y diag.
What else? I need some wires.
There's the Y diag.
No. Okay.
All right, then they want power.
Jason's here. Hey, Jason. Yep, we're getting there. We're almost done.
Okay, so they're doing interesting with the YGoo stuff here, so that's going to be interesting. So let's get the AC inlet stuff here.
Yeah, I noticed that there were ferrules on some of these. So
they're using the YGoos to do AC distribution.
Gotcha. I should probably
the way they're doing that is they're running one to each of the YGoos. Okay, that's all they're doing. So then there's the ground and the neutral and the hot. Technically, that should, they say just pop it in there, but I shouldn't have popped it in there before plugging everything up. Just because it makes it easier. All right. So come on, slide on there.
Yeah, that AC terminal's kind of a trip.
Yeah, that would have been better to put this cable on before we slid that in. I wonder if I can still, because it's kind of permanently in there after you put it on.
Yeah, those tabs are almost impossible to remove after you put them down.
So let's see if I can. There we go. Neutral is on. Slide the sleeve back over. There we go. Now for hot, or as they refer to it, L for load.
I've heard load, I've heard line, I've heard live, I've heard all kinds of different representations for L.
You know, I just kind of sit there with the mindset of, that's just the one that's supposed to kill you.
That's the bad one. Or the good one.
That's the one that does the work.
Hopefully.
There we go. Now that's on. And then ground is easy.
Ground your friend.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to leave those cables hanging out for now so I can do the distribution. All right, now I'm doing pretty. Now I can sit back down. And I can do boom, boom. I should just flip them all down. I'm here. Ground.
Sergeant Kill, nice new basis setup. Thank you.
There we go. This will be good. This will be fine.
Okay. So, okay.
There.
So they're using one for each. One ground, one neutral, one
Live.
hot wire.
Yep. And then when they have their two other cables, they kind of go between the two.
Gotcha.
They're just being very formal with it. You know, if you or I were building, half, self-sourced or anything like that, we'd be lazy about this.
Oh, yeah.
I'd just be jumping wires from the first power supply to the second power supply. Double spading it and just calling it a day. Burn down my house. It'd be fine.
I deserve it. I do like these connectors, though. They're kind of pricey if you had to buy and source them for a kit to build, but they are nice.
Yep. I'll tell you this. The only thing I don't like is that the way how little room they give you on the leftover on the cabling.
Yeah, it is.
There's not a lot of space. it could use another 1/2 inch.
Yep, agreed. It doesn't
Actually, I do a whole inch just to say I did.
Doesn't lead to my prettying things up very much either, because it's kind of short.
Yeah.
Because that's very important to me.
All right. Now this one goes to the 5-volt power supply. All right, I'm going to turn this a little bit sideways. I want to make sure I read the labeling because I don't trust anyone. All right, load, neutral, ground, just to make sure.
Don't trust anyone over 40.
That's why I don't trust myself.
I think that's a Simpsons line.
All right.
There's that.
Load. Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, Meanwell does make a 24-volt and 5-volt single unit power supply just like this. Exact same form factor would reduce all of this.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I've got a couple of projects where that would work really well.
There is one that I use for when I'm rebuilding Amigas because you can't trust any power supply from the 80s and 90s. The caps are all bad.
Yeah.
And Meanwell makes one that has a plus 24, a minus 24, and a plus 5 and a plus 12. And it's all in this exact same form, or in a small form factor that just so happens to fit right inside of the original box.
Cool.
So everyone sits there and they gut the power supply, throw away all the internals of it, and then pop one of these in there. And they're off and running, and it's like 1.5 pounds lighter. All right. All right, come on, David.
You can do
that
it.
Wire
David.
wants to go there. Well, I'm trying to be pretty with my wires.
Yeah, them being that short, it's going to be pretty hard.
It's hard. So they're going to kind of be the wires that get hidden behind all the other wires, so that they're the ugly ones in the background. But there we go. Good enough for government work. All right, so now it has that wired up. Let's see, what's next in their documentation? Double check, triple check. They just like keep going. All right, so I got to go to the Raspberry Pi and the SKR. That's what they want me to do. They want me to wire up the 5-volt next. Wait, that's not correct. The SKR would be 24 volts. What are they doing? Ah, okay, there it is. The color is a little bit off. All right, I'm going to do the 5-volt first because I don't like the 5-volt terminals are kind of ugly sideways.
Yeah.
Makes it where they're at makes it kind of hard. And all their other printers, they use a buck converter, which pretty easy to source. But what was nice about it is that it was all the terminals pointed straight up.
Right, right. I keep putting my drivers and screwdrivers back, and now I can't find them. Never clean up.
Yeah, you're supposed to kind of clean up at the beginning of the day, and then at the end of the day, and then all in the middle is where you're allowed to make a mess. All right. Here comes the Raspberry Pi's power.
Yeah, Bob, everything is pre-termed and labeled, and that is awesome.
Anyone that's self-sourced and done this immediately knows that this is where the real value is.
Absolutely. Those 5-volt terminals are tight too.
Yep.
That's all I need is to strip one of those out.
All right, now I got the SKR terminals, and I am going to get a voltage negative and a voltage positive for it. All right, there's that. Now that goes all the way over to the SKR. And is that the best path? It seems like that'll waste the cable pretty good. Always something to consider is, like, you know, you take the long way and you can burn up a lot of the excess cable.
Yes.
People tend to be like, oh, I want to take the straightest path. And you go, no, sometimes the longest way is the best way.
Don't stretch it over that. Are you following the Creality hot glue standard? That's it. Berg is here. He says, good day.
Good day, Berg.
Good day.
We're getting all the popular people here today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling extremely judged. Like the world's sitting there going, you know what, we should check out that Dave guy. You know, he talks big game, but is he awesome, or is he just an arrogant little... All right. SKR power is powered. Let's see, what do I want me to hit next? They want me to run the fan all the way up to there, which is fine. And then they want me to do the heat bed junk. All right, so I've already done the fan. Now they want me to do the heat bed junk, which means lay that in there. And the thermistor, I always forget that. It's like the second one down from the top, isn't it? Ow.
Okay.
So that's THB is what I think it is for the heat bed, right? Does that sound right?
That is correct.
There we go. And now the heat bed Which terminal block is that? That is the top of the two, correct? Yeah. Yeah, heat bed is the top of the two, if I remember correctly.
Yes. And the polarity on those, you kind of got to double and triple check that because they flip-flop from board to board, I've found over the years.
Yeah, for power, they flip-flop.
Yep.
Thankfully, it's at least marked on the board.
Yeah, the badging has gotten better tenfold on all these boards.
All right. There we go. All right. Bed is hooked up. The fan is hooked up. X, Y, and Z motors. All right, they want the Y stepper. The X stepper. Okay, so that one goes all the way over and goes to the bottommost one. I just want to make sure I'm doing it all by their book. That way I can blame everything on Jason.
So Z is the one on the left. No, Z is the one on the right. X is the one on the left.
So facing at the bottom with the front facing down, the right side says that it is the X. And then the left side, I think, is Y. Yeah.
The longer one is going to be X and the shorter one is the Y. Yes.
Well, no, Y is the motor you can see from the bottom of this thing.
Right.
Remember, X and Z are the ones that are up top.
Yeah, that's right. Z. No, I gotcha.
So yeah, don't forget we're in new territory here.
It's got me all messed up.
You just want to hurt me.
They do give you a Kingston brand SD card. That's cool.
Yeah. All right, now let's get that Y motor down. And plugged on in there. And then double stuff that into the slot to keep it pretty. All right, pretty so far. And that took care of the 3 motors. Now what do they want me to look like? All right, so the extruder motor is the EM on that. So that, let's start with the rest of these little cables here. All the pre-mades. And I'm going to start with the Hotend one because that was it. So Hotend on the SKR, is that it's the smaller set, right?
The smaller set is fan, I believe. No, you're right. The smaller set is Hotend. The middle one is fan, I believe, is how that works.
I thought middle one is bed.
Now I got to go back and look.
Yeah, now I need to look up the SKR image board. I always forget it.
Well, let me just pull one of those boards out of the drawer here. Well, I
So
might listen to.
it's DC-in, then power, and then heater board, and then HEO, whatever that is.
That's Hotend 1.
Hotend 1. Okay, so yeah, so the small set are Hotend 1. The center one is the hotbed or HB, and then the bottom one is power, and then the little connector above that CNC fan.
Okay.
Yeah, so Hotend is the smaller set. That's what I thought from last time, but that's why I ask. I had to pull up the old Google image search.
Steven Lightspeed. It's around the kit's around 950. That's what it's gonna be, right?
Yes.
Power. Okay, so they give you 2 power, heat bed, then Hotend. Okay, gotcha.
All right, let's see. And then there's the Hotend connector, which I'm gonna do this little ordeal with. Just to keep it pretty-ish.
Yeah, that heat bed one is flip-flopped. That gets me every time. Not that it should matter, but again, people are like, "Wait, don't worry about polarity." That is if you don't have a cool LED on there.
Yep. Oh, is the heat bed flip-flopped? Towards the bottom is not positive? I thought towards the bottom is positive.
So the one closest to the E0 Hotend plug is the positive one for the bed.
Okay, that sucks.
And then the power one above is flip-flopped. So
Well, that's just asking for trouble. I get why they do that. It lets them do their traces on a single side of the board and save the backside for something else. But hey, such is life. All right, I'll flip it just to say I did. That way the LED works on me. All right, now there is an extruder motor cable and all of its adorableness. And extruder motor, there's only one on this, so I don't have to get all fancy. There we go. So far, so good. You know what? This thermistor wire is going to annoy the heck out of me here. Tuck that back there for now. All right, fine. You can sit there. All right, I'll allow it. Okay. Now I got the Hotend fan, which is HEF on the board here. Wait a minute. Extruder motors.
Where's my little flashlight thing?
Hotend fan, there you are.
Hotend fan is the red one.
And I guess Hotend fan would be fan 0 on the main board. And then parts fan.
Let's go to the hot end. They have a little stouter Molex connector on there. That's good.
Yep, they were a little. That was smart. That was a good little setup.
Yep. HEF.
So the parts cooling fan goes to fan 0. Hot end fan goes to fan 1.
Correct.
So parts cooling fan goes to fan 0. And then where is fan 1? Right above it. Okay. That's starting to come together. All right. Now, this is the thermistor, so HE0.
The orange one.
And I think they call it TH0, right? Yep, TH0 on the breakout board.
Yep.
Why do they call it HE0? So their hot end thermistor, the wire is named HE, but they want me to use TH.
Yeah, one side of that wire says HE0 and the other side says hot end TH.
Gotcha. Now, where is TH on their little board? That would have been nice. There it is, dead center.
Yeah, bottom corner.
You sure that's bottom corner? It should be. It looked like it was second row down, second connector over.
Yeah, I meant on the Big Tree Tech side, but yeah, you're right. It's like in the center.
And TH0 is the very corner there. There we go. All right. End stop X.
Wiring fun.
XCF. I gotta find where is it.
Above about the header polarity. Just making sure I haven't been here the whole time, but it's very important that the hot end connector is connected with the correct polarity. Okay. Because of the breakout board, he's saying.
Oh, okay. So we can't screw that up.
So we should be good there.
Because it's the reverse of the bed, which is below it.
The bed and the hot end should be identical. The one above it is reverse.
All right, you're confusing me. I'm gonna have to go look it up online. Because we're using the center one and the top one. The center one is the bed, and the top one is the hot end. And the very bottom one and facing down. Then there's a skip, and then the bottom one facing down is power.
See if that, I just put a link to the schematic in chat, see if that came through and it worked.
All right, now probe. Where is probe? ABLs? Yeah, ABL's in the middle there. There we go, ABL. And here is probe. I'll leave that on. I'm gonna double check your diagram, and I want to find out where its probe was plugged in. All right. ABL to Z stop. That's all it is. Just the old traditional Z stop.
Oh, and they're stealing controller fan.
For some LED stuff.
Yeah, nice. Hart fan, Holland fan.
That doesn't look right. So C-fan and LED, let's see, where does he say that? C-fan plus LED on the breakout PCB, there we go. So C-fan and LED. I'm guessing that that's the only one left that says LED.
My breakout board's getting really full.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on the C-fan versus LED because I think next to it there's another. Nah, I guess that's not used. All right. And C-fan and LED goes to Z-probe and power det on the control board.
And these are, that's LED strip. I'm not gonna worry about that for now.
So power det is there. Well, the LED strip one you have to kind of do because I thought that was where they're stealing the C-fan from, right?
I'm not sure. That might be in the breakout or something.
So that one's going C-fan plus LED on breakout PCB goes down into those two. All right, let's clean up some of this wire mess just a little bit. Just so it's pretty. I think we're getting really close.
Yeah, I think my wiring's all done. I'm
going to double check polarity here in a second, but that'll be about it.
Yeah.
That's about the only thing I'm worried about.
Yeah, so there's one for the LEDs that are on the breakout board, so we don't have to worry about that. And then EXP 1 and 2, since there's only a single.
So I'm just going to look at the LED stuff here real quick because see, the LED one, there's only a 2-pin for the LED. It's kind of changes, but that goes to LED strip, and the other one is a straight 2-pin. So they don't even mention that. But LED, that's where I got confused. It's kind of hard to read that text. Give me a second. I want to pull out my phone and get a better light.
Can give you the extra long ribbon cables, and they marked them.
Yep.
Didn't even have to do it myself.
So let's see. There is the Hotend thermistor, and that is there, and then LED is next to it. Yeah, a little graphic of this board would go a long ways. And that is supposed to be CF fan. And I'm going to say that I'm going to guess that's a C and an F. Not much left here. There's servo. And then yes and ground. I'm going to guess that's an F. That's the best I can do.
Outside of a few zip ties, I think I actually did a pretty fair job. I mean, it's not neat and tidy, but for me, it's like heads and tails above what I'd usually do.
Yeah, I'm gonna say cumulatively, you're not doing too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, good wiring will do that to you, or a good kind of layout will do that to you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to temporarily hide the LED stuff up here, just because I want to say that it's there.
I'm gonna go get my LCD case.
All right, now where's the USB cable? Real close.
We should have printed out like some sweet LCD knobs for this build. I didn't even think about that.
Well, the controller has some pretty sweet ones already on it. No cheapos there.
Gotcha.
All right, so I got my USB plugged into my Raspberry. Oh wait, they actually include, they want me to use their cable, which aesthetically is much more pleasing. God, I hate that. Okay. Yeah, much more pleasing. I'm gonna use their cable. It looks better. And I'm going to thread it underneath all of these. Just to hide it from view. Because if you can't see it, it's not actually there. There we go. And that way I'll be able to actually access the SD card slot when I have to get to that. Everything else is relatively tucked. Let me go double check my diagram to make sure, because yeah, they worry about polarity, which seems awkward, but and of course they don't mention polarity. Let's go look at the actual schematic. So positive is towards the top of each connector. So let's see which ones. Okay, so just the hot end is the one that's backwards for me.
Yeah. Yeah, positive should be towards the LCD plug direction.
Yes.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to make sure of, just to be safe.
I think that officially might be my last heated insert for this build, just the one that went in the LCD.
That's crazy talk. All right. Let's see here. I got my LCD. I think I'm going to go with red on my LCD. I think that's going to be a nice little contrast. And with the LCD, where'd the heat sets go?
They call for 2 inside, and I guess that's to mount onto the frame.
I guess you screw from the back. Oh, I would imagine that they're, yeah, it looks right, but, okay, I guess that's how they want to do it. I'm not going to argue with them. Where was that? Which page of the manual was that on?
It is way down, 96.
96, all right. I just want to make sure I get it. All right, this is last minute. All right, 2 heat insets from the inside, and then we're done. Assuming that we did everything right.
It's a pretty big ask.
Pretty much. Come on. You can do it. Get in there. All right, in the hole. In the hole. All right, beautiful. My last heat in sets as well. All right, let me go grab the screen. All right. So pretty. It doesn't look much different than the one we printed. I wonder what he was. Oh, no, I'm not sure. All right, M312s, right?
Yep.
Where are
I
the
think
less
I'm
of my...
112 short. Unless it's somewhere on this extremely busy table, which it very well could be. But what's one 12mm screw between friends?
I got my M38s. I'm not sure. I got M316s. My M312s might have walked on me. But that's okay, because I have my entire box of screws here. So I think I lost mine, but that's no big deal. Because I have a whole box of them. I have my a full organizer that's got literally every size screw.
That's how you got to do it.
I keep socket and a button. Also, I like to have them in black. All right.
I was going to say it was one threaded screw short, and I just found it.
You know, considering how we've kind of been making it up as we go, I'm impressed that we got as far as we did without too many shorts. You know what I mean?
As far as like the wiring and stuff, or?
Well, no, like short a screw, short a bolt.
Oh yeah, yep, yeah. It hasn't been too bad. I mean, considering all the chaos I have on this table right here, it's been pretty good.
You know, I mean, there's definitely some holes in the documentation.
Yeah, they need to the clock spring part, or that needs to be put in there for sure. Clockwork part.
Yeah.
Whatever they call it.
Clockwork.
I'm sure they'll get that sorted out before I go into business building switchwire kits. They'll have all this figured out.
Oh yeah, of course.
They even thought to put 1 and 2 dots on the outside of the case. God love them.
All right. Almost done. Just putting together my LCD. All All right, so the ribbon cables. They got this expansion board. I think that was for. That's a good question.
That's so you can use the
Input shaper?
128/64 with the single blade. So they straddle the EXP1 connector on the mini board, and then they grab the ISC pins to make up for it. So you can use the full this full screen and the encoder. So you have to use that guy. Because these were made for Ender 3s.
Gotcha. So that should go right there, just like that. So, all right, come on. Line up with the pins. There we go. All right, expansion 1. I like it when they label the cables. I remember that doing ramps boards all the times.
Yep. There's all kinds of cool breakouts for these things now, you know, like when you add Wi-Fi for RRF, and there's a lot of people that make really nifty ones.
So we get to sit there and go, back in my day, we had an Arduino, and we were happy.
And we liked it.
We liked it. I think it goes through the top holes, right? Is that what they're saying in the book? They were very specific about which holes it runs through. I thought.
I put mine through the bottom too, but
yeah, that would make sense. That way it'll hide underneath the LCD. And if the LCD right side up is that way, that means it'll be like that. That means expansion 1's on the left, so I'm going to run 1 through the left hole and 2 through the right hole. That works for me. Now, they want me to run screws through the back to hold that on, which is going to be, what size screws do they dictate?
I grabbed 16s. They seem to fit pretty good.
M316s, okay. My holes are going to be a little bit tight, so I'm going to do my thing.
And then you put this panel on, and you hide all the wiring, and nobody ever knew.
Nobody knew how horrible of a person you were.
Sweeping under the rug is my thing.
And the panel, and then the feet, and then whoop-de-doo. But I think after this, we've got enough to just turn it on and start playing with it.
Yep.
I don't think we need to go finishing nuts. We'll finish nuts later.
Yeah, we'll have to build our pie card before we get closed up shop here, but at least we can line it up. Well, that's another thing too, is there's no externally facing USB port or anything, is there?
No. So you're going to have to connect it to your Wi-Fi and do all that stuff.
But I guess the question is, can you flash over to Clipper from Octoprint or the Raspberry Pi, or do you have to cable direct and flash? Because I think when I did it, I had the cable direct.
So in this case, what you're supposed to do is you load Clipper up on the Pi, and you log into it, and then their instruction is that you're going to make an SD card with a bin file that will flash the SKR.
Okay. Yes, we did get the updated display housing. What might be different about that display housing, Steve?
Yeah, we were confused. We couldn't see a difference.
Cool. All right, man.
All right, almost done. There's always time for wire clean.
That's the kind of stuff you do while you're during happy hour.
In fact, I'm going to tuck that right in there for now. And hide all my sins. All my sins are hidden.
So I'm guessing there's a separate manual for Clipper installs and such.
Yep, remember that separate Voron documents page that I mentioned?
Yep.
That's got their whole process. All right.
Electrical, mechanical.
There, that way at least won't drag around until I get back to the underside and start paneling it up. And I'm going to tuck this in here, which is the LED lighting. And that's for a later day. I'm just going to, right now, we're just going to get to print and then we'll do, it's only got an hour or two more of work to get the rest of the stuff done anyways. People really only care about the printing.
True.
The aesthetics finishing is a whole other thing. All right, I'm going to leave this up here because I need to. And I am going to go over and let's see. I made a build folder. I swore that I had already copied everything over I needed to copy over. All right. Stand by. All right.
I want to try this Raspberry Pi imager tool. I think I've used it once, but I didn't realize that it had images with it.
It's built in now. It's pretty awesome. But that's it. If you're going to take the long version of Clipper, there's also just like images available.
Oh, like Octoprint and all?
Yeah, so if you go to the Voron Switchwire, click on documentation, click on the build, click on software installation. Let's say you want to do mainsail. That's kind of the very popular one.
Mm-hmm.
Follow the mainsail's Raspberry Pi, use the prepackaged disk image. And then download the latest release and download that, and there's your image. And now it gets you kind of all taken care of. And that's the fastest way I know.
1.12 gig.
Hope you got fast internet.
We're going to find out.
I want to check something real quick. So I'm gonna do main sale, just to say I did.
And unfortunately, I have a pretty hard stop around 5 o'clock today because I have to do actual work stuff.
Gotcha. That's just crazy talk.
I don't know.
We've gotten close though. You can sit there and say, okay.
We'll have firmware and we'll be moving around at least.
You know, yeah, I think we should be able to get to that part at least. Bare
Yeah.
minimum. I'm downloading main sale as we speak. I'll load up my balance etcher so I'm ready to write it. I got all my little files ready. My little SD card adapter in all of its glory.
Generic SD. That's correct. Yeah, I think. Flash. Go, 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 go.
I'm almost done downloading. Which one did you go with? Main sale or the
I
fluid?
went
Or
main sale because it was the first one. So.
You're that guy. I went mail sale because that's what I put on my V0, so I know it the easiest.
Yeah, I know nothing about it, so I have only done it through Octoprint. I'm guessing you still have WPA supplicant file or something you have to update manually after this is done.
Yeah, exact same thing there.
Okay.
Nothing fancy, just what you would expect.
Yeah.
There we go. Now I'm finally ready to start flashing. All right, and I'm flashing. Woo! Now there's a whole procedure. It's a putty in. I forgot the whole command set, and I remember it was a little weird when I did in the V0. But there's a whole little command set thing we got to do to make the flash image that we've got to put over onto the SKR.
Okay.
Because we make the file, then we download the file, and then we can actually make the SD card, pop it on there, boot with the bin file, and then we're off and running. It was a bit of work.
So it looks like you just have to do a make, and then we can go into Clipper and do a menu config. But yeah, and okay, so they actually have created a couple of screens. So it doesn't look, yeah, it's a Clipper bin file.
Yeah, it's a couple little files you got to do.
Okay.
Nothing terrible. All right, so we're flashing. I just remember it was quite a few little steps, but yeah, you got to do the WPA supplement thing.
Yeah.
And while we're doing this, I might as well pop on my cute little heat sinks onto my drivers. You know, just to waste time while we're burning. Come on. There we go. There's a wonderful argument going on now about mounting these from the back.
Yeah.
Which would make sense on these THCs or these drivers.
Right. That's kind of how Trinamic intended that to be. I realize it's not very convenient, but they always do theirs upside down.
Yep. It lets them include some heat sink into the PCB, which is smart.
Yeah.
And if you keep components on one side, then it makes the heat sink really easy. All right, I'm about halfway through my flash.
Yep, I am updating my Wi-Fi file.
Flash, miss 100-yard dash.
And the trick is getting this card in here while having your fingers that are way too big for this spot.
Yes. All right, that's still going. I'm still at 51%. So I'm a ways off, but it's going. I want to get the power cord next so I can have it ready to plug in.
Yep, Ben, we decided both to go with mainsail just to give her a try.
Just so we can get her up and running.
That's right. Then I can get picky later.
Then we can start complaining later.
What is this?
I know I'm blocking the whole camera, but hey, that's okay. I just want to get the power cord in so it's easier to work with. What is this? What is this?
Do I have a power cord already? Probably not. Well, maybe. I do.
One came in the kit.
Yeah, I've got like, these things breed around here. I usually already have one just hanging on the end of the desk.
See, I have the exact problem. They disappear around here. I've bought a box of like 100 of them in the past.
Wow.
And then I still look around to try and find them.
Yeah.
They just grow legs.
Yet, no smoke yet. I heard something fire up. I don't know what it was, but
I like my color choices. I think out of the two of us, I officially made the sexiest one.
I dig the red and gold, that's for sure.
Oh, you know what? I just realized my hot end. Look at your hot end. You know how the block is offset?
Mm-hmm.
My block is offset to going towards the rear, so it's close to the probe.
Oh yeah, mine is too.
Yeah, we won't want to leave that there too long. We're gonna have to flip that around. That's gonna suck. That'll definitely be for another day because that's gonna take a while.
Yeah. Well, the Pi is clicking away. I'm still waiting for it to come up on my network somewhere.
I'm almost done validating.
And there it is, Mainsail OS. So you should be able to go to mainsailos.local and it should work.
Mm-hmm.
If you might need Bonjour for that, but I might have it on here. It works.
Alrighty. Come on. There we go. Main sale, WPA supplement.
Okay.
All right. All righty. I am finally ready to turn on my Pi.
Let's do a traditional Chris's Basement here, and we'll share a screen together. So we need to put make on it. Do that. With great power becomes great responsibility. Yeah. If I screw it up in root, I just rebuild. Make's already the newest version. We should have a Clipper home directory. We do. And we should be able to make menu config. And we're making. In the menu structure, enable low-level configuration. And then we need to change the architecture to STM32. Which one do we have for the mini anyway? All these chips are different. We have a 103 at 28K offset. (103) 28K offset, 8 megahertz crystal. Enable extra low-level configuration. Use USB instead of serial. Ensure GPIO pins is set to microcontroller setup. Includes PA14. USB. PA11, PA12. GIO pins is set at microcontroller star of PA14. That's interesting. Looks good to me. They didn't ask me to set any pulse configurations. Cool. All right. Escape. Yes. People are throwing commands at me in chat. Make clean.
The little things, right?
Okay. Oh, I did make. I should have cleaned it first.
All right, come on, little Pi, get on my network. should be there, and I think I have Bonjour set up properly, so I should be able to find it in Angry.
Creates a firmware clipper bin, store in the folder. This file needs to be copied to the E3 board. The easiest way to do this is use GUI like WinCP or Windows, either CyberDuck. That's probably baked in the Windows file system too.
Oh, WinCP?
No, the firmware bin. So it's like, because there's a config.
Come on, show up on the network.
Where's it put it? Clipper out. That's where it puts it.
Come on.
Can I just copy our ls boot?
It should be up on the network by now. Why is it not up on the network? Let's see if it was let's see if I typed something wrong in a supplement. That would be just my luck.
Clipper bin. Store in the folder. Clipper out needs to be on the mini board. SCP. But do you have to copy to the desktop, rename firmware.bin? Yep.
You are lapping me.
Firmware.bin. Okay, so I am going to sudo shutdown -h. And it drives people crazy, but I still push in the now. It's old habits. I can't help it.
All right. Hopefully it'll come up with a network.
And then sneaker net this guy over to this other SD card.
Come on.
Just or to look up at the chat every once in a while. It's just random Linux commands in the chat. There you go. Okay, that should be all the software stuff we have to do.
All right. Now I have to remember all those commands because I forgot most of it.
Well, they want you to use like SCP to copy the files over and pull it down to Windows, then put it on the other SD card. All I did
Yep.
was copy it to the boot directory and then pulled the SD card out of the Pi and mounted it on my computer. That's the only thing that I did differently. I didn't
Oh,
want
you went that way.
yeah, I didn't want to waste time setting up WinSCP and all that good stuff. Sudo make me a sandwich. Best command ever. Well, I'm gonna actually watch this for a second, see what it does.
Alrighty, so first thing I'm gonna do is let's go.
I don't know if it flashed that firmware or not. It didn't seem to do anything.
All right, let's see what I gotta do. I'm literally gonna have to go back to their little instructions and just be like, what the heck?
No, it says it's current, so it flashed it. Maybe we just don't have the Clipper config and everything still has to be done. So it did flash, so that's good.
All right, so I got a bunch of commands. I just gotta run real quick. All right. So I guess that should be enable. There we go. Microcontroller is the STM32. Processor is correct. Bootloader offset is 28. Clock reference 8. Communication interface is USB. That's correct, right? That's what they want, right? Instead of serial, USB, I mean, instead of serial. There we go. GPIO pin set at microcontroller startup. All right. All right. That says escape to leave the menu. Is that a save here? There we go. Yeah, there. Stupid stuff.
Well, they got a config for everything. SKR Mini. I guess I use the generic one, or is there a Voron one?
That's a good question. All right. It's home, Pi, Clipper out. Home, Pi, Clipper out. And then that's Clipper bin is what I want.
Oh, gotcha.
And then it is, what does that rename it to? It's firmware.bin.
They do have one for Mini, but it appears to be a generic one.
I just had the other stupid SD card, the junk one, right in front of me. Where'd it go so I don't waste a good one?
Oh, but they have a good one on. They have the Switchwire config on the GitHub and as part of the project. So there you go.
There you go. All right.
Cool.
There was a. We're almost there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's about all the time I have.
Well, that's no fun.
I know it. You're more than welcome to continue on this stream if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll keep going because I want to get some motion out of this.
All right.
I won't get you demonetized while you're gone. So you're gonna leave the stream up for me?
Yeah, I'll just leave this up, and I'll send me a DM or something when you're done, and and then I'll shut it down or whatever.
There you go. Everyone else can hang out with me.
There you go.
We'll see how fast the numbers drop to 0.
All right. So my build, I've got pretty much everything done. I've got firmware.bin on my board. So next thing I'd have to do is copy over the Switchwire config for the Mini E3 and then go from there. So that's where I left it. Dave, you continue on. We'll talk on the side. Maybe we can regroup and come back and do a little bit extra or something and do some printing on this or something like that.
We could do a wrap-up deal.
Yeah, maybe like put the enclosure together or whatever.
Yeah, have some fun.
Yeah. Cool. All right, Dave. Well, I'll leave it to you, and yeah, just send me a message, and then I'll shut it down.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
I accidentally pressed the shutdown button on my laptop.
Don't.
And it just really wanted to shut down on me.
All right. Well, thanks for everybody for coming to the stream. Good luck, Dave. We'll see how it goes.
All right, everyone have fun. I will be here. I am working on it right now. Just waiting for my computer to come back up.
Right.
I'm gonna pop over here in YouTube just so I can see what you guys are saying about me.
There we go.
A little bit easier. Hear all the read all the negative comments. There we go. So now it's just me. I am in control. All right. So I'm real close. I'm about to put the firmware on mine. So I'm like 5 minutes behind him. So I'm going to drop that on there. Let's see. Did I freeze it up? No. Okay, good. Now, let's go ahead and get that into it. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, nueve, blah, 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 blah. All right, so I got my firmware.bin on there. And in a perfect world, we'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll come up. We won't really know until the Pi comes on. It looks like that right now. You can see the little lights all flashing. Flashy McFlashes. All right. Now let's just see if the page is up yet. Alrighty. So unable to open config file. All right, so now it is just the config stuff we have to do. So let me do that real quick. I'm going to go double check the documentation and see if I'm got it all correct here. So there is the Voron config files, the raw printer config. All right, let's just do that. That'll be a good start. All right, I'm going to check that out. It is there. Now what I am doing is I am trying to there I am. I'm connected. And it's Clipper config. Just straight up Clipper config, right? Yeah. Alrighty, now let's go find out where that went. I think that went into downloads, right? Yeah, there it is. That should be good enough for government work. Now I'm going to come in here. All right, you know what? I just keep getting the wonderful errors here. I'm close to just the config, so let me go and let's see, didn't they? All right, that might be all I really need to get over there. That should be what I do, right? So I'm just going to delete that. Let's see if that fixes my problem. It says printers aren't ready. Clippy host software is attempting to connect. Let's just do a full shutdown across the board, because that should have loaded the firmware onto the control board. I'll remove the SD card now because it's no longer needed. And let's see what she says. Yeah, it's only 6 o'clock Eastern time here. And I have, I got a print that I have to wait to finish here. So one way or the other, I'll be stuck around here for a little bit anyway. So I figured I might as well just keep going on Chris's stream and kind of hijack it from him. Let's see if it comes back. Printer not ready. Clipper software is attempting to connect. I wonder what's going on there. Yeah, yeah, Bob. Chris disappeared. He had a hard out at 5. What's interesting is the printer is still not ready. I don't know why that is. I wonder what I did wrong. So, oh, that's not going to help me anything. Let's see, anything going on here? Printer not ready. Clippy host software is attempting to connect. I swore I'm connected to it. This all looks good and healthy. Let's try one last try. Oh wait, you know what? I want to look at the SD card and see if it should change the name over from firmware.bin to something else if it did flash properly. So let's go look at the file. So it's firmware.current. That was good. That's how it's supposed to be. I'm just going to flash it one more time just to make sure I'm not insane. Because at the very least, I can flash it now. And if it doesn't work, I'll redo the firmware and see if I screwed up somewhere in my settings. Come on. Because USB is plugged in. No, it's correct. That's how it should be. It is booting up now. All right, Zenbender says update MCU line and printer config so it knows the address. Oh, that's right. I remember that now. Thank you. You're absolutely right. I know what you're talking about. So we copy that printer config over there, and then we have to go in here. And then we got to update the MCU path. You're absolutely right. I completely forgot about that. That is right. Thank you. So now I'm just waiting for it to come back up. All right. So how did they want me to get that MCU number originally? So I copied it over there. All right, where's the controller path? There we go. So that's all it is. All right. And it was just all righty. That's the USB clipper. And now what I'm going to do is go to printer config here. I can edit in here. There is the by ID. Yep, that is correct. There we go. Let's see if that was it. Yeah, thank you. I completely forgot that they had that thing. Hey, look at that. We're doing good. So we are connected now. It sees the extruder, sees the heat bed, and it says missing configuration. Display status is not defined in config. All right. So we can go over here. There's a lot more that has to happen. I'm just trying to get it to move. If I can get it to move and extrude some plastic, then I'll feel happy. That's all I really care for. That's all I'm gonna care for tonight, and then I think we'll just have another stream that's just a giant the final. All right, so there's the display, but it says, what was its problem? Display status something. Oh, so this would printer config. There's display. Yeah, I think there's something missing with the display status stuff in here. But that shouldn't really stop me from much, right? Let's see. That's all pretty good. I mean, there'll be some work to do here and some searching and just the boring, you know, Google, GitHub. But in a perfect world now, if I flip this up, I'm just going to put this on here for safety. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got to put some screws in the back there. All right, let's just see what happens. That's not right. Oh wait, that's right. There was a thing. I got to do sensorless homing. There was a sensorless homing thing. So 1 second here. We're going to fix this up here. Configure sensorless homing, because that's what we did. Printer config with the following code to enable sensorless homing. So it's going to be stepper Y and TMC stepper Y. So let's go back to that machine. Printer config. And I'm replacing all of this. I'll put a space there just to keep it nice. Bottoming out. Good enough for government work. But either way, it's moving. I got some more homing problems to do. Let's so that is fine there, but it wants me to home all the axes. But I don't really want it to scratch anything. So let's see what that does. Let's home X and see what she does. X is good. We are going to home Y. Y is good. Now Z is the one I'm having a problem with. So I need to go look at Z's configuration. It'll finish up here. I don't care at this point. It'll finish up here. All right. There's the files. Let's go look at the Z config. I'll go to laptop just so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing. All right. It's 1.85. Let's see if this is working. I'm going to do that at 10 just to say I did. I'm going to raise this up just slightly. And that will make it so that if I go over here, if I home Z, it should go a lot slower if I did everything right. Nope. All right. I hate that sound, but I know we're just figuring stuff out. You know what's annoying? Did they give me a way to adjust those? No, they didn't. Well, that sucks. That seems like that would have been something I'd want to have access to on the regular. Let's just see if I can bump that a little bit. Oh, I tighten that down nice and pretty. But that probe height, I'm not really going to be able to get to easily unless I take this front fan off again. That's okay. We are going to get there. All right, 1 second here. I'll give you guys a better view of what I'm doing. So the probe, I think, is just set up too high, and it's not even triggering. But the problem is, come on, guys. Seriously? They don't allow you to adjust the probe from the back. Really? It has to only be done from the front, and you can't get to it unless you take the whole hot end off. That's not right. That is not how you do this. That is not how you do it. All right. Sorry, I'm creating a little bit extra work for myself here because the probe is kind of important. And the probe's got to be moved down. But the only way to get to the probe, no. I literally can see the back of the screws from the back. No, that's bad. That's just annoying. All right. That's just, no, you shouldn't do that. That's not how that stuff should be done. Oh, come on, seriously? The way they even stack the drag chain. Oh, that's bad. That's just... All right, 1 second. I gotta... That's not how that should be. It's just not serviceable that way. All right, I know they like this little vent thing, but I'm just, for now, I think it's going to be pretty without it. I'm just going to accept it. I'll print another one if I change my mind later. I just can't keep disassembling the printer all the way down and dealing with that every time. Okay. Off. So the problem is that the probe is high, and it looks like the only reasonable way to get to it is that the probe adjustment screws are all the way at the very inside. That's just, no, that's just, you shouldn't do that. I mean, that is just way too deep inside the hot end, or the tool head. All right. Come on. Let's see if this will come all the way out. Trying to do this with the least amount of disassembly possible. But the probe is way down there. And the only way to get to it is from the front, where you have to drop out the hot end. And that's just a lot of extra work. I would have figured that you would be adjusting it later in the process. I mean, it's kind of what you always do with the hot end. But, well, I guess you have to set it way early on. So, since I'm here, this was the part that me and Chris were talking about earlier that we both got backwards, where the leading edge of the block is pointing backwards, not forwards. But we were like, oh, that's just too much work to get all the way back to that and change that out now. And I'm like, well, heck, I'm here now. Might as well pull it all out. All right. All right, now let's go ahead and flip that around while we're here. Here we go. And then we'll drop the probe, and then we'll throw this back together, and hopefully all those little details will get worked out. So at least I get to fix this problem earlier. These are the little things you learn. I mean, every build's got different, and every printer designer's got different concepts and all that stuff. And that's what we're figuring out here. So, yay, discovery. process, theory. I'm going to cut that little zip tie, cut that little zip tie, because I have to replace those later anyways. All right, now let's go ahead and start sliding this all back together. And working our way back. Working our way down south. Come on. You know you can do it. All right. There we go. Now at least that's set forward. Now before I go any further, I got to come in here. Loosen that up more. Drop that down. Come on, why aren't you dropping? There we go. Come on, you can do it. All right. Now that's dropping. Now, with that all the way there, this will mount to the back of this. We'll get offsets later, but I'm just trying to make sure I get some semblance of where things are supposed to be. All right, I need to go up just a little bit, just a hair. All right, I'm all loosen. There we go. I'm hoping that'll be enough. I'll verify as I snap this back on if it's the right height distance for what's supposed to happen. All right. This is one of those fun moments where you're like, oh, how many times do I have to take this off? $72 apparently. All right. All right, come on, get in there. All right. Some assembly required. All right, so that will go up that way. This slides in here. We're nice and neat. Let's check that probe offset just one more time. After I get this screw set, that should give me a very reliable position for the Z probe. Okay. That should be good enough. Anything more than that, and oh well. But yeah, I'm not too happy with that. The probe adjustments being all the way up in here. That just seems like that's asking for extra work. All right. Set that up there, set that up there. Let that wire go back down its paths. Come on, there we go. Get one side in. Come on. There we go. One screw in. Well, the good thing is we solved two problems with at the same time, at least, so it wasn't a complete annoyance waste. There we go. All the way in. All right, that wire up, that wire over. Da, 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 da. All right, tighten that down. We're getting close to trying again. I promise. All right, first things first, I need to get some of these wires out of the way or it's just gonna look bad and possibly get snagged on stuff and then I have taken stuff apart all over again. Where's my needle nose? There we go. So now I'm gonna put on an extra zip tie just to hold the cables out of the way. I'm not gonna formalize anything yet. but I at least have the, I was able to turn the hot end around at the same time. So at least fixed that problem. The probe height still looks good. So we're okay there. Everything else is looking solid. I want to run away. I want to get away. I want to run away. I want to. Nobody else? Just me? You didn't come here to hear me sing? I'm a good singer. All right. I think I picked up the screw and threw away the one I really wanted. I think it was the 25. I'm just going to do another one just so I don't lose it. That's way too long, so it wasn't a 25. Maybe it was a 20. That looks fair enough. Because just to be aesthetically pleasing, come on, where's the hole? Come on, stop fighting me. All right. Let me slide in a little bit closer here just so I can get my face in the way. There we go. All right. In a perfect world, it should now it should now come up and home properly. Let's see, everyone was talking to me. All right, nothing fancy. Let that come up here. Come on. Finish booting. And let's see what she says. Come on, boot up. I know you're there. You're coming on. Come on. Come on up. Come on over. Come on over. All right. Come on. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. You should be getting there close by. You shouldn't have to make me wait this long. All right, 1 second. Let's see. Did it just randomly give me another IP address just because it felt like it? It wouldn't be the first time it does that. Waiting, waiting, waiting. No, 104, it's there. All right. Let's see. Let's just try again because I feel Randy. Boom. Boom goes the dynamite. All right. So let's go up 25. Look at that. Let's go right, or sorry, forward. Let's go left, then right, left. There it is, guys. Okay. Display is not working yet, but I'll tell you what I want to do. Steve was very friendly, and he just sent me his little config over. I'm not really going to get nuts with this, mainly because I think it's a bit crazy. All right, 1 second here. Let's see, where's the display? I just want to see if he's got anything else in display that I don't know about. Actually, you know what I want to do? I'm going to get Loco. Give me 1 second here. I have a theory. Let's see if it works. I'm going to come in here and because I have a config file. Let's see. And then now what I want to do is I really want to go to desktop, downloads, printer config. That's what I was playing with. I'll drop the, oh, let's just do the whole screen. That's all the same. All right, so there's the SKR Mini. There's my printer config. That is not my printer config. Let's come in here. Let's go to machine, printer config. Let's go find my number. All right. I'm just going to super cheat here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this printer config, call it, dash old. And now let's go ahead and upload that one. And now let's bring up printer config, save and restart just to say we did. Let's do a firmware restart, full restart. So the stepper Y is not, he hasn't finished that one yet. That's okay. So let's go into old. And let's just copy all of stepper Y here. Let's go into printer. You know what? Before I do that, I'm going to read that and say, hey, let's see if that works. Nope. Screw it. All right, let's go here. I'm just doing this the lazy man way. In all honesty, I've been at this a little too long today. I'm not overly thinking stuff out. Yeah, I don't think Steve's is going to work out great for me, so I'll probably dig through it a little bit. But let's just do this. I have to look that over and just make a decision then. Decide what I actually do and don't want to keep. I just don't have the brain set for that. All right, now let's just go in here just to say we did, save and restart. I don't care about display status right now. That I will have to do later, but at the very least, boom, 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 looking good. Now let's go ahead and I'm going to set the extruder to 15. I'm going to set the bed. Let's set the bed to 60 just to say we did. Oops, 60, not 600. That would have been interesting. Wait for this to warm up a little bit. Come on, go up to temp. All right, that's coming up. Now I'm not going to go crazy, but I think tonight I just want to see it extrude some plastic. I just want to see that. I can see it moving. Tonight I want to see it extrude some plastic, and then, you know, me and Chris will play later, and I'll play more with it. But we will at least get some plastic coming out of this sucker. All right. There we go. I've got high hopes. All right, let's take the Z. I want to see what everyone's saying in chat. I missed you guys for a second there. See what's going on. I've got high hopes. Yeah, I just got to fix all the little files in there. It's little things. It's just a matter of I just don't want to. When I go down the rabbit hole of config files, I go nuts. All right, it's leaking some, but that's because I've pushed it in there by hand. Let's see if it extrudes some, shall we? It is up to temp. And let's see where it is. And now let's extrude 50 millimeters. Is it coming? Or did it? I swore it should have. Am I at temperature? I'm at temperature. Feed amount 50. So that should be 2 seconds worth of extrusion. Let me just home real quick and see what's going on. Because I did something wrong. There's extrusion problem. It's kind of weird. The plastic's going through. All right. Now let's Z up. Just so I can see down the path and see the problem. So it pushed through. I was able to push through plastic. Tried. Oh, you know what? I bet you I know exactly what the problem is. Let's see if I'm right. See, it's going through smooth, and I feel the gears turning. Oops, didn't mean to do that. That's just pushing down the handle. Come on. Why are you giving me a hard time? See, it's starting to stress that little connector. Come on, just stop it. Come on, I always hate that thing. Okay, there we go. Now that it's down there, come on. Come on, you son. Come on, get up there. mess with that some more. Let me see something here. I'm just curious. Come on. I always hate this double latching thing. I mean, I know that's kind of their thing. It's just annoying. It just causes problems for me. See, if it's too high, it doesn't work. If it's too low, it doesn't work. It's kind of an annoyance. See, if it's there, it doesn't work. If it's there, it pulls in. Like that. Now, let's try and set that again. There, okay. Now, okay. Sorry, just getting annoying, guys. I always hate that part. Let's... All right. You can all scream at me. I'm just getting a little punchy. There. Now, push that in. Flip that up. Slide that in. Oops, let me cut this. I'm just getting punchy on the buttons. I'm almost reaching my personal end of the day for this. There, okay. Now filament's in there, but I'm hell-bent on, I want to push the button and see it extrude. Let's see. I'm gonna come in here, machine, printer config, extruder, all right, let's see. If I remember correctly, it is exclamation. It has been a while since I've even messed with Clipper. Yeah, they are loose on that lever. The screws are loose on that lever. I was just getting punchy and not following the way I should have. That was entirely me. I was just getting punchy. Waiting for it to get to temp. All right, I just homed all of those. Why is it not showing up there? I'm at temp. There we go. It was just a fluke of it. All right, let's do it at 15. All right. There we go. So it was a stupid problem. My direction was backwards on my extruder motor. So I just changed that in my config. Look at that. It extrudes plastic and everything, guys. Yeah, see, Adam, the problem I've always run those levers is just my orientation. It seems weird to me. I think it's a personal thing. But it is technically working. It homes on all axes. Everything heats up. Oh, there is one last thing I want to check. As of right now, the parts cooling fan is not on. Let's just go make sure. Yep. All good. All right. So, guys, I am going to end it on that note for myself, just so I can chillax. I need a little bit of a night thing for myself. But, dude, check it out. I can home all axes now. They're all homing in the right direction. It's moving at about the right speeds. The Z probe is working. I just have to fix the offsets on it. The extruder heats up, the fan works, and it extrudes. Look at that, just plastic coming out by the gallon. Look at that. That's the blue mixtape that it was a one-timer. Had an extra spool of that. So, yay! So all I got to do is work on the display drivers, calibrate it, tune it, finish the rest of the enclosure and the back panels. But I do think it's pretty nice, and then I'm not going to lie. The gold up close and in person, that looks really good. That gold and that red definitely pulls off my desire for Tony Stark, which was what I was going for. So there we go. All right. So yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to leave you to your own devices and let everything happen. Now, the funny thing is that I do believe that Chris is not going to be stopping that stream. He checks in every once in a while, so it might actually stay up. The stream might stay up even after I disappear. So since I'm not really in control. But there we go, guys. So have fun, have a good night, and watch out for more, because I'll be doing more on this and finishing up this build. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. It's reminding me of a few things I forgot after my V0 build. So cool. All right, guys. Have a good night. In fact, you know what I'm going to do is I am just going to put that up just so